All right. Welcome everybody to episode 52.
One
All
for every
right.
week of the year.
One for every
Yay!
one for every week of the year. Orbita Crusade has been up for an entire 52-week running to include all of our lovely one-offs, our true full-on sessions and everything like that, guys. Holy shit, I can't believe we made it here.
Yep.
Most campaigns close after that much time, but not you
I can't believe
guys.
I'm not already dead.
Yeah, and somehow you guys are still alive. Most of you, at least.
I mean, in real life, by the way. Yeah.
Alrighty. So, as we pick up from last session, who wants to do the recap?
Yeah. Let's... That's your way. I'm seeing rolls for blood wings.
So last session we fought the tentacle monster that may or may not be related to something that Tyre was hinting about.
Indeed.
It had lots of tentacles and it smacked people around. The water was some kind of acidic thing. We haven't figured that out yet. We did eventually kill the tentacle monster, but it took out John Mason in the process, and then we took the lift back up when we were trying to put him back together, but we did not have the skill or tools to do so, and he died.
Yes. So, you guys engaged the monster, which the GMs are colloquially calling the Gatekeeper. Upon destruction of the Gatekeeper and many of your mortal bodies being severely wounded, you guys managed to find a great chasm that opened up as the monster dissolved into the liquid that it was suspended in. The liquid having fallen down the chasm as well to basically a great big hole. You guys finding yourselves not quite in a combat operational ability, decide to abseil back up to the surface and seek medical treatment. On your way there, you did end up losing one John Mason, who expired on your way back up, even though through great trials sought out by the apothecary Vakken. You guys held a small but meaningful funeral for passing, and have been basically released back to your own devices in order to seek more information about what the Legion and the Crusade is currently engaging in the Underhive. And that is where we pick up. Why do I not? Okay. Okay. Hold on. I didn't join as a GM because I'm fucking stupid.
Nice.
I was trying to figure out why I wasn't actually doing anything right.
Hi, Chrissy.
Alrighty. Hello, Chrissy. Welcome. If anybody wants to go ahead and just put the DMs out in the rest of the Discords, you can. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Alrighty. We are currently picking up back at the small chapel that you guys, or the chapel on the Fortress Monastery, where you guys left off. Wow, that was a lot of fucking noise. Let's try this
That's
and
volume.
that. There we go. Okay. You guys are picking up. The Primarch has left you all to your own devices. You sit there with the preserved body of John Mason, still encased in a kind of a solid, like very thick plexiglass kind of material, bulletproof. You imagine, shockproof, and he lays in his eternal sleep, somewhat peacefully. Many of you know for many of you have attended ceremonies such as these. Probably not in the same manner, but definitely have attended situations such as these. Probably come either the morning or later on tonight, once everybody leaves, he'll be cast to the void. Or ground up and used as food ration packets for servitors. Who knows?
Both
Doing
works.
fucking eating.
Finding some good fucking food.
Hey, protein packets are valuable.
Next day, our meals consist of corpse starch.
It's the other white meat.
So what you're saying is that I can cook John Mason?
No.
Possibly. I mean, if you could try to get through the fucking thing, which is also, as you look to your left and right, there are still chapter serfs and reclusium guards to the left and right of the chapel itself. They would probably.
Well, I'm not gonna loot a funeral, so.
Really? Is that where you draw the line?
Would be very angry with.
I mean, if there's a morgue, then I don't think there's a morgue. We're sending into space. Whatever we're doing.
Gums gives us these very peculiar hot dogs that he got somewhere.
And he won't tell us where they're from.
Why does mine look like a finger?
Does it ever matter? Does it ever matter to anybody?
Yes,
You don't even eat my meals.
that's why.
I believe the last time that was actually made into a contest, it was, "This is horrible. You should feel ashamed."
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! That is non-canon. That's non-canon.
What? I believe it was episode 48. No, wait, I'm sorry, 37.
Non-canon.
What he's saying is that he has a 100% detective win rate, and the rounds that he doesn't have a 100% don't count.
Oh, excuse me. We live in denial. Gotcha. Understood.
You gotta remember, he has a short-term memory, okay?
Oh, shut up!
Oh,
Befitting the rattling.
case-
Short-term, like I.
You guys are left up to your own devices.
Is Kaladin there, Breezy?
I'm eating as quickly as I can, sorry.
That's cool. I got some leftover pizza here, too.
I would be teaching my class.
Well, time to go find that class then, because...
Okay.
Are you giving people close combat lessons?
Frank,
I'm sorry.
or Leroy Frank is there. He is... Okay.
Oh, he's going for a walk.
He's going for a walk. All right. Do you take your super hot nurse with you?
Yes.
Okay. Roll me 2d10, please. Okay, 7 and a 4. All right. Frank, your super hot nurse, which we're just going to call super hot nurse from now on, is
Shin?
somewhat... What?
Her name is Shin.
Actually, it's an E.
Yeah.
His name is Shen with an E.
Are you just making up some... Shin Armstrong.
right.
Well, Frank
No,
hasn't Frank hasn't asked the super hot nurse's name yet. He's just shouting out orders. He begins to have kind of an uncomfortable look as you guys basically are walking around the fortress monastery, the star fort known as Olympus, for the Second Legion. You're walking around, and after a while, the regular humans start to kind of become very scarce, and now all you see is Big Steve's. Big Steve's clad in big armor.
Not again.
You're walking around, and you find your way to somehow, some way, some form, the armory, or one of the armories of the ship.
Oh. Neat.
Reverently, you see as many of the Space Marines, which are you call Big Steves, are taking care of, putting up, taking out a number of incredibly large weapons for your size.
I've
All right,
never been more terrified of hearing roll 2d10s before.
I have to roll a d20 here for myself personally. Actually, no, I have it as a 20. All right, so 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, a 15 on my chart. All right, I'd like to roll a scrutiny check for crack grenades.
Sure. You can roll a scrutiny check for that. That's fine.
Give me 1 second.
I'm not gonna lie, folks. This is starting to look like a Wayland tiny situation.
Oh no.
So, off to the side, suspiciously not guarded by any Astartes in the current manner, at the current time, is a bandolier of like forearm-sized grenades. Maybe, well, slightly like half the size of your forearm. Grenades. These do not have the particular shape of the typical frag grenade. You recognize them as basically being crack grenades. Astartes pattern crack grenades, specifically.
These are mine now.
Roll a stealth check.
Uh-oh.
If he makes this.
I fate to pass.
Okay. So as you go pick up the bandolier of grenades, the super hot nurse, who we are calling Shin, but you don't know that. Wait, do you actually have 0 in stealth?
It's a minus 20 because I don't have any skills checked for it.
Gotcha. Yep, that makes sense. Fucking 8. Yeah, all right. He kind of like makes a peep as you like look behind you and you go. Shh! Apparently the Astartes didn't notice. Apparently the Astartes' superhuman senses do not detect you through your stealth. And you pick up the bandolier and force Shen to walk you out. Nobody none the wiser. You may now add to your inventory a bandolier of 5 Astartes pattern crack grenades.
I can't believe that actually worked.
I actually cannot believe that worked either. I was almost sure that you would fail a fucking stealth roll, which you did. You just had a fate point.
It is a good thing we have Space Marines attached to our squad.
Are you sure they can stop Frank?
I'm not talking about stopping him. They can at least say, nah, that's... They look at Frank and say, thank you. Take it.
Are you sure they can do that?
Yeah. Let's just stop them. Free crack grenades.
I want you to understand, Frank, like, that's 5, like, grenades the size of half your forearm in a bandolier.
5 big footballs. Yay!
Please don't kick them.
On a leather strap,
Ball boy.
So you make your way. Are you going anywhere else?
No, we'll go back.
Okay. You start heading back to the rest of the party. Meanwhile, the rest of the party, you guys are still in the chapel. Who wants to go next?
Hey, BC, I could have a quick question. How much light does your sword give off?
Which one?
The one that glows.
I usually say
Nexus?
about 5 feet.
5 bright, 5 dim. 10 total.
All right. Thank you.
Range, not far.
I know
Damage
earlier I
is-
said I've never been more terrified to hear roll 2d10 before, but that was the creepiest thing I've ever heard. And now I'm really, really worried that I just answered a question that I shouldn't have. Please, Moody, be kind.
Look, anything Toonie asks sounds like she's trying to use it to kill you somehow. I don't know how she's gonna. I don't know how she's gonna use the brightness of your sword to murder you, but it's gonna happen.
10 years
The brightness
from
of your
now,
sword
the
blinds
sword
you. The brightness of your
10
sword
years
blinds
from
you.
now,
You
Okay,
enter a
with
room,
cataracts.
you awaken a demon beast.
Or like
don't
it's just
see
bright
anything
enough
wrong.
to have him basically mark him when he's trying to do a stealth check.
It has before. When it's on, it does.
We're in the Underhive, and there just happens to be a bunch of orc snipers, and he's just illuminated himself.
Why are they shooting at me specifically?
Looks at
Ends up
sword.
like
Meanwhile,
what's that
meanwhile,
one
the orc
Space Marine
snipers.
unit? What's the one Space Marine chapter that always gets screwed up? The one with the hard things.
Lamenters.
Yeah, it ends up like the Lamenters, basically.
These are not the Inquisitors you're looking for.
Yeah, anyways, Goms gets his nurse to wheel into the cafeteria.
Okay. The cafeteria of the Fortress Monastery?
Did I say cafeteria? Well,
You
the
said
mess hall.
cafeteria. You get
Yeah,
that's
the
part.
mess hall. Well, I don't think there's a... Is there a cafeteria in the Fortress Monastery?
Oh dear.
The Fortress Monastery is a hive city in space. Essentially.
There is a
Except with big
cafeteria
guns.
in a Fortress Monastery. Okay, I'm gonna look for a cafeteria. I haven't eaten there.
Okay. You too start wandering around. Can I get a surface navigate, please? All right. So,
wait, that's
Frank,
up, right?
as you are walking back towards the hangar bay,
Gums.
I know.
Oh, sorry.
As you're walking back, you pass by Gums, who's being wheeled by a very ugly nurse, which also no one has asked their name.
Hey, kid. Cat. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh God.
Just kidding.
Frank, who is able to walk around mostly, I mean, he's like with some assistance, passes by Gums, who is now walking the same direction that he came from. And Gums is sitting there shouting orders to his very ugly nurse.
It's the cafeteria, beast. No points.
The
I thought
nurse.
that bigger Steves gave the orders.
Then,
I'm confused.
Gums' nurse looks less than, enthusiastic about this job duty, and essentially is just like doing everything in his power to basically make Gums miserable, for making him miserable, and making everyone out around him miserable. So he finds all the bumps on the ground. He finds he accidentally runs into walls. He accidentally runs into doorways. A couple of times, accidentally runs into Space Marines, who look down at Gums with such disdain, though you can't see their face.
I'm the one with the blind eye. Oh, you things on my face.
And they turn away from you without saying a word. There is a vox click you can hear, but you can't hear anything else beyond that. Eventually, after about 3 hours of wandering around, you find your way. I want you guys to understand, fortress monasteries, or excuse me, star forts are bigger than most battleships.
No one this nurse is miserable. He's walking for 3 hours.
Yeah. He's not happy. At all.
I'm hungry! It took you this long. You're supposed to follow your nose.
Finding the cafeteria brings barely a sense of joy back to this individual who basically just kind of rolls you in there, lets go, and then walks out.
The poor nurses of this game.
Wait, is Gums the line and he's immobile in the line?
No. You're not immobile.
Oh.
You're just rolling in a straight line. Go ahead and roll me a 1d10, please. We're gonna roll on a scatter table today.
Ooh. The wheelchair's gonna scatter.
I just want to see what direction he's
Don't
going.
question it.
Assuming, of course, Gums can't grip the wheels.
Fat
Uh,
ass.
Do you think he can reach
With
that
that
far?
phone
No.
goes one direction, comes the other.
Before we
All
let
right.
go, the nurse turned on the nitrous.
All right, and then roll a d5, please.
Don't tempt the tech priests there, Paladin.
All right.
And
So, Gums, you begin rolling, and you notice, or you don't notice yet that you're not being pushed anymore. As the lackadaisical walking of your nurse, or your once was nurse, it's pretty hard to tell from the now unguided rolling that you're going in. You notice that you're approaching a line. That line is made up of a lot of really big guys, probably Adeptus Astartes, until you realize as you're getting closer, they are Adeptus Astartes, and you're not stopping or slowing down. What would you
I
like to
didn't
do?
know. I didn't know they could eat. And Gums still hasn't real. Wait, hold on. So Gums gonna rub his palms. He's excited for food, and he realized that he hasn't crashed into anything yet, which is a bit on the way, which is a bit weird. So amongst all the salivation, he kind of looks back and sees that he's basically free rolling. He's like, wait, what? Wait, and he kind of looks around. Nurse, nurse. This isn't. How do I stop this thing?
You do not
Nurse,
see a nurse.
nurse. Uh-oh.
What would you like to do, Gums? You have a very few amount of seconds before you crash into a line full of very hungry space marines.
Well, Gums basically kind of clears his throat, cups his hands by his mouth, and he yells, "Out the way! Rolling rattling coming through! Out the way! There's no brakes on this thing!"
Okay, you're lucky they look at you. They don't really get out of the way. One of them turns towards you, and as you get closer and closer, you begin to realize that you're rolling straight towards him as he takes his foot and kicks the chair backwards.
Really Gums screeches as he basically gets kicked far. I imagine he's doing like a bunch of spins as he rolls away from the line.
No. It wasn't like a Spartan kick where he's like kicking you down the well or anything.
That's
It was more like a controlled kick push backwards, and you slam into a nearby table, which finally stops your momentum.
Ah. Gums is now immobile.
Can you hear the snickering from the Space Marines helmet?
Probably.
Gums kind of looks around and tries to see if we can suck us into helping him. And meanwhile, he can move on. I need to come up with convincing lines to sucker somebody to helping me.
Okay.
Also need a Coke.
I guess roll a perception check first. Okay. You look around.
Is
You
this how we
don't.
introduce to Oberyn?
No,
He'd be easy to sucker into this.
no, no,
Damn
no,
it.
no, no. They have their own situations.
Oh.
However, you basically just see nothing but a lot of Adeptus Astartes. It looks like, I mean, the Fortress Monastery is indeed a Fortress Monastery. It is the home of the Second Legion. While there probably is humans around here to assist the Space Marines in some day-to-day task, they are not around here, and basically, the cafeteria is filled with Space Marines. You see them as they take off their helmets, begin eating. It's all a very quiet and methodical process of a system that is operating like a well-oiled machine. You sense that your presence here has more or less just disrupted that machine, and everybody is just trying to get back to what they're doing. The nearby table that you're at, you have maybe about a dozen Space Marines sitting at it, all eating quietly. They are unhelmed, and you see as their very cold and stern visage is unfazed by your presence.
I see.
You may attempt a fellowship roll if you want to try to convince somebody to help you out. I'll give you a plus 15 for your enfeebled
Yes,
state.
PT. PT. That's what I'm doing.
They are transhuman. They are not completely human, but they used to be human. So you may be able to. All right. So
Gum's gonna twist around. Brothers! Well, Astartes! Yeah, Astartes! I need your aid! As you can see, my very much incompetent nurse has left me here. And I was trying to get some. And he kind of twists around again to point the way. I'm looking for food. You know? I would
you
be much
see
in your
as
debt if you
you see
aid
as
me.
one of the Shield Brethren looks up at you, takes his plate, drops it in your lap, gets up, puts his helmet back on, walks out.
Huh. Well, that was easy. And Gums looks at it. Wait. Gums got his food? That's kind of gross.
It is
Uh-oh.
it is a it is a kind of a gruel mixture of some like protein paste that doesn't smell like it's bad, but also doesn't smell like it's good. There is a starch wafer. Um, it's a starty size, so it's half it's been eaten, but the rest of it is a decent portion for you. Um, and kind of like what looks like rice pudding, but doesn't smell like rice pudding.
If I really want to eat some half-eaten Astartes food,
Depends on how hungry you are. It doesn't look tainted. It
Gums.
doesn't look yeah. It doesn't look tainted or anything. It is quite nutritional, but that's exactly
Gums
what it is.
has Gums had some standards, but he is hungry, and he is kind of stuck here. But is there any sort of spoon or anything that Gums could use, like push away like the bitten, eaten stuff? If there's anything that's bitten at all.
Um, I mean, he didn't give you his fork and knife, or his spoon. Should I
Oh,
say his spoon and knife?
well, Gums has fingers, I guess, which is a bit more gross. But he separates the eaten bits from other bits, and he eats the other bits.
Okay. It is quite nutritional. It does fill you. It's not very appetizing. It's not really all that good either. But I mean, it does satisfy your hunger.
Angels of Death can't even cook. And Gums now attempts to move his chair. He just kind of drops the plate. He drops the plate behind him on the table, and he attempts to to bend over and move the wheel.
Um,
He attempts motion.
given the size of the chair, you won't be able to stretch your arms to get both wheels at the same time. So, um, you can walk, Gums. It's just very painful.
Okay, but I don't want to walk.
Okay, cool. So you don't want to walk. So, I don't
He's
even.
still freaking fat.
He is
Because then
still.
we can
He's
roll
still.
him.
He's still obese. He has lost weight.
Peace anymore.
He has lost weight, but that's mostly not through his own doing. But he has lost weight. I kind of want to make you roll an intelligence check. Let's do it this way. Roll me a survival check. You're gonna figure out how to survive on your own, Gums. And this is a kind of a misuse of the survival check, but he rolls better on this than he does on intelligence. So,
True.
all right, 21.
Doesn't insult my intelligence. Wait, did we talk about?
No, you roll better on survival than you would on intelligence. Yeah, you would. Yeah, you do. All right, so Gums. It's not fun, and it's definitely not comfortable, but you figure out a way where you can actually kind of stretch your body across the two armrests, being suspended by your portly stomach, and actually operate both wheels at the same time. You are going nowhere fast. And it takes you about 15, almost 20 minutes to get out of the cafeteria at this rate. But you can move yourself with the chair in this
I'm
manner.
the smartest ratling on this entire monastery. And Gums kind of raises tight arms in praise, and he wheels.
You
I don't
hear
know, from the cafeteria.
you hear a deep voice as you're exiting, saying you're the only ratling on this fortress monastery.
Doesn't matter. I'm the smartest, and he wheels his tired arms away.
You guys know that movie Tokyo Drift? That. As he's fucking driving through that thing.
Move. Get out of the way.
Wow. Whoever made those Inquisitor Ramsey fucking memes are fucking amazing.
Oh, yeah. You saw those too, huh?
Yeah, I don't know where I want to go from.
That's fucking amazing. I love this.
Birthday, it's so black. It started chanting Vulcan.
All right, getting back to the story and not being distracted by amazing memes.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. So Frank has made his way back to the hangar. Gums will one day make his way back to the hangar with no idea on how long this is going to take. Let's see. Keith has made his way back to the hangar to catch up with Kaladin, who's back on the Emperor's Endowment.
Yep.
All right. That leaves Mad Marker, Valerian, and the Space Marines. You guys are still in the chapel while this is all happening. What would you guys like to do?
Do we know what class Caledon is teaching?
You
I
can.
made it very public.
Did you make it very public?
I did, yeah. I let everyone know.
Hand-to-hand combat, I'm guessing?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. He's teaching a hand-to-hand combat class.
I'll go attend that then.
Okay. So you and Keith would be leaving about the same time. That leaves Valerian and the Space Marines.
Can I make an awareness check to see if I noticed Gums is gone? Or
You would have.
he immediate.
Very obvious.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very obvious.
Can I make an intelligence check to guess where he would have gone, or was that also...
He shouted. Where
Okay.
He said to the cafeteria.
Nurse.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move to the closest cafeteria I know of compared to my current location of the ship.
Roll me a surface navigate.
Ooh. All right. I'm gonna wander around the halls aimlessly for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Oh my
Uh,
god.
So
Once again, we had somebody going on a walk.
Yep. You, unfortunately, given your role, is actually on the other side of the spectrum. So, where everybody went towards like the armory and that section of the ship, you instead found yourself kind of towards the, I guess you can call it the chapter of Reclusium, except you're not actually given access to the Reclusium. So
Oh,
you
no.
kind of find yourself into like the chapter monastery, and the cathedral section of the ship, which in itself, I'm going to go ahead and use the same map over again. Let's just use a little bit of theater of the mind. The chapter's cathedral, or the main cathedral for the Legion, is a awe-inspiring sight. Stained glass windows depict the 18 known Primarchs with to the right side of a stained glass depiction of the Emperor of Mankind during the time of the Great Crusade. To his right is what the Legion identifies as the beloved son, the Primarch Achilles. The others are to the left and right, adorning the entire sides of the monastery itself. The pillars are likely a adamantine reinforced rockcrete, but with a very ornate marble with inlaid gold design, which gives the entirety of this entire area a very warm yellowish glow with the glow globes that float in the center of the cathedral itself. Adorning the floor into the sides of the cathedral itself are a number of black, I guess like almost like black iron metallic statues of a number of different legionnaires. Each one of them is their armor in the style of the fashion of this legion is not highly ornate, but each one is slightly different than the next, likely identifying different rank and status within the legion itself. Some of them carry very iconic swords. Others have the iconic power spear and hoplon shield, while others tend to try to be a little bit different. One of which carries a very large power hammer, or thunder hammer, excuse me. You are fairly alone in this place, actually. While there are shield brethren that are walking the hall or walking around, they seem to leave you to your own devices, or at least have not really identified you as a disallowed presence.
Well, I know I probably shouldn't be here, and I should probably be looking for gums, but damn, this place is nice. I'd like to wander over to one of the statues and just admire it.
Okay.
Take notes.
You approach the statue. Which one do you want to go towards? Any one particular, or?
Any of them.
Okay.
They all look nice.
Roll me a 1d10, please. All right. You walk up to the statue of a familiar face, actually. The visage that looks down on you is of a skulled helm individual. The Legion Phoenix adorns the chest armor. In his right hand, he carries a Crozius Arcanum, with, instead of the eagle head is still at the top, but surrounding the eagle head is the iconics, the Legion iconography of the lambda, the kind of like the delta symbol that you guys see. In his left hand, he carries a power sword. On the foot of the dais, it reads, Reclusiarch Tiger, commander of the Second Phalanx, hero to hero to the Legion. Eternal vigil is his.
This guy looks familiar. I can't put my finger on it.
God, nobody knows who that is. Fuck.
Would he be able to roll an intelligence check for this?
If he wants to. I'll give you a plus 20. If you
Is
want.
it high or low Gothic?
Do you even know High Gothic?
I don't, and then I need to learn.
Okay, so yeah, you wouldn't actually know. You could probably, if you want to roll an intelligence check, I'll give you a plus 20. If you want.
Yeah, let's see. I do not recognize Tiger as Tiger.
You may recognize the visage and the stature and kind of some of the iconography, but you do not understand what the words actually say.
Right. I recognize it's a Reclusiarch. The words in the bottom are probably saying who he is. The script it's in High Gothic. I can't read that, but it looks impressive. It looks nice.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to another statue then. Let's go down the line. So
Another D10. Okay. Let me get my notes out here.
Right.
Nope, that is the wrong notes. Let me get the other notes. Space Marine guys, do you guys have that link to your chapter lore?
I'll poke it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I actually made I told you guys who the Seven Phalanx polemark was.
Yeah, I poked it to you.
I don't know if I ever told you guys who
Oh,
that was.
we do have the Seven Phalanx on here. We don't have much about him, but we do have him listed. Because of the command meeting?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Tranio McEwen.
So this is the figure who stands here holds a hoplon and a power spear. The power spear is adorned with purity seals towards the bottom and streamers towards the top. His plume is not super high, but it does have a tail that goes down the back towards the small of his back. He stands about the average height, slightly shorter than the last one you saw, and to his side he has a kind of a short sword that he carries. His helmet is done in the traditional kind of a hoplite style, like the rest of the Legion wears, iconic towards the in kind of almost in memoriam of the Primarch himself. And his chest piece has an aquila with a lambda symbol in the middle. The dais reads in a language that you do not understand because you do not know High Gothic.
I'm gonna add that to the to-do list. It grows.
As it does for all of us, don't worry.
Right. Yeah, they use a lot of different weapons. They seem to favor the spear, the hoplite, and the shield. I'll wander over to another statue and take an investigatory look at it before probably leaving. Because I've been here too long and I don't want to be caught.
Oops. There we go. Ninth Legion. Or Ninth Phalanx, excuse me. Yeah, right. Alright, so you approach A another statue. The statue is much like the last, where its plume is somewhat taller than those of other Battle Brothers that you have seen. A tail that goes down the back. But instead of carrying a hoplon and a shield, he carries two short swords that are slightly curved, much to the same way of the Primarchs. He carries no other weapons with him, and his armor is somewhat plain. He is probably about a half a head shorter than the last Primarch that you saw, or sorry, the last Polemarch that you saw, or last statue that you saw, should I say? And he has he has almost like a stature that he's always ready to be stepping out into the fight. The dais also reads in a language that you do not understand.
All this has done is reinforce the fact I need to learn High Gothic if I'm going to do absolutely anything. So
roll me an awareness check.
Yeah.
So, in your studies, you were not aware of two hoplites two shield brethren that began to walk up towards you. In a low sort of growl, mostly modulated by the vox caster that's on the actual helmet, you hear, "What are you doing here?"
Because I'm blind, I'm going to jump a little bit in surprise, so entranced by the statue as I was. Turn around and, my apologies, my lord. I was merely admiring the statues.
You are peculiar for a human. Why do you linger here?
Originally, I was looking for one of my squad members who had gone off somewhere. I needed to make sure he didn't fall into any trouble. Yet I passed by this area and, well, the atmosphere and the beauty of it all, the history, entranced me.
Indeed. This is probably the most sacred place for our legion. These are statues of all of our Polemarchs, current and past. Do you know of this? Do you know of their history?
I do not know of their history. I do work and know of your legion, though. I have two members of it in my squad, Ecclesiarch Tiger and Head Apothecary Vulcan, I work with on the daily.
You work with the Reclusiarch.
Yes, sir.
That is quite an honor. Would you like to learn?
I very much would love to learn the history of the Second Legion.
Come. He points to the statue that you're looking at. Can you read High Gothic?
No, but I am seeking training to do so.
Very well. Well, this is somewhat of a darker chapter for our glorious legion. This is Metalius Gabriel, a fallen Polemarch during the Great Crusade. He fell at the Battle of Varus, when he and his entire phalanx were sent by the glorious Primarch to hold the line. Being already embattled for nearly a year against an ancient Xenos threat, he and a handful of his entire phalanx, a total of around 700 out of the original 1,000 that they had when they first deployed, held the line for over 7 days as the entirety of the populace of the planet were able to evacuate to the rest of the fleet. Later, the Primarch burned the planet to the ground to ensure that the Orkoid threat could never re-emerge.
It is an honor to die in battle in the service of the Emperor.
To the service
This
of the
message
Imperium.
went well.
To the service
Indeed.
of all humanity. Yes. I suppose that you already know who that is, as he points towards some of the one of the forward daises, back to the original one that you saw, the first one.
It is Reclusiarch, I know, and the symbols that adorn his armor are familiar to me, yet I cannot read the dais and thus do not know his name.
Well, indeed, it is Inclusiat Tire. Though he wasn't the original Polmark of the Second Phalanx, he was awarded it at the original Polmark, Lasalle, upon his fall in the Battle of Genai. He gave his life in order to save Reclusiarch Tiger. And Reclusiarch Tiger repays that debt every single day, as being in command of one of the most utilized phalanxes.
I see. Well, now I understand why he's so upset when members of my squad attempt to take his time.
Well, being a Reclusiarch means that he is in charge of the entirety of the piety and, should we say, discipline of the entire Legion, as well as its upkeep of its sacred artifacts and those that we have collected over the course of many, many millennia. Nonetheless, he weathers the duty well. He is usually always in good spirits when he is around his men.
A leader must be, for they set an example.
That is not necessarily true, but the notion is well appreciated, young guardsman.
In the God, that is what I have been taught and seen, specifically as a Kazakin, and now an Imperial, an Inquisitorial Acolyte, but not Acolyte, rather Stormtrooper, that's would be more correct.
Indeed, Stormtrooper. He points over to. Let me see. Hold on, second, third. Second. Champion, Tech Marine. I apologize, everybody. I've been saying second phalanx. I actually meant to say third, because I don't fucking.
It's fine.
I don't even know my phone fucking lore. I have it in two different.
Dare you?
I have it in two different notes in two different areas, and each one says something different.
What?
I'm fucking stupid.
That just means it's pretty true to how the Imperium works, right?
Yeah, right? No, that. Damn you, Administratum! Where is my administrator?
I need a cloak!
Somebody get me fucking Lantern
No,
here right now and have him
No,
take
the
notes.
Primarch is immune.
Achilles is playing with extra immersion.
What you guys don't see is the literal fucking every time Achilles goes off on anything like maybe on Legion Lore Rise, me Tiger straight up just writing everything down and compiling it.
If Achilles says anything
Write it
about
down,
the
write
Legion,
it down.
us too. Write it down, write it down.
Okay, so then he takes you over to a dais that faces Reclusiarch Tiger. And this is my sacred Prolmark. This is Ajax. He is a different officer for the Legion. He has been at the side of the Blessed Primarch for over 10 generations. Fucking 10 generations. 10 fucking. 10. Oh my god. Sorry, guys. 10 millennia.
Okay.
Ever faithful to the Legion, he awaited for the Primarch's return, and thus is one of the Primarch's more friendly officers. He and you can see as he kind of hesitates to kind of expel upon his own leader. He is more excitable, ever ready to go to war. He is often the first to jump at the chance to send us into battle. As you can see, he also has a very different way of fighting, as he prefers to smash the enemies of man with the literal hammer.
That reminds me of figures I see in the Guard quite often. Leaders very eager to send their men into the fight when a fight may not be necessary at all. That's
I am at a loss for words for the particular vernacular that the Muslim Imperium use, but it's not so much as he's eager to throw away lives, more eager at the chance to jump at battle.
the chance to earn glory.
The chance to fight.
I see.
Many of us here are Myrmidon in both deed and by right. I apologize, Stormtrooper. Do you understand the terminology of the word Myrmidon, as it is defined in conventional Gothic speech?
A Myrmidon, by definition, if I recall, is a follower or subordinate of a powerful person who carries out their orders without question.
This is true, yes. And the Primarch Ajax is ever faithful to this duty, but he also jumps at the chance to fight. He enjoys battle in a way. He enjoys the challenge and the ability to rise to a challenge. If that makes sense.
Ah, I see. Okay, I believe I understand now.
I see that you do. And the last one he takes you to is kind of one that is a little bit more resplendent than the rest. Not like, in a gaudy way, but you see the etchings and the carvings on the of the actual metal show that the individual that stands here, shield and hoplon and spear, is maybe a little bit more adorned than all the rest. Purity seals adorn numerous parts of the armor. Not so intrusive to be like a Grey Knight or anything, but he has definitely more than the rest. And the phoenix that adorns the chest piece has more etchings of a language that you recognize as definitely not Gothic. It's perhaps in a different form of Gothic. Based upon the chapter's history, you can guess it's probably Hellenic, a subset of Gothic, typical to the planet of Hellenica. As he approaches, he goes, and this is probably the longest-serving polemarch of the Legion. What was it? Marcus Aurelius? Yeah. This is Marcus Aurelius, the right hand of the Primarch. This is the polemarch of the First Phalanx, the Honor Guard, and probably given to the title the Sword of the Primarch. He is the one who is chosen to endure the harshest of the Primarch's wishes, and expected to weather the storm in all things. Marcus Aurelius served with the Primarch once he was recovered by the Emperor, and was the first of the Legion to be converted from the Hellenic populace. While he is not truly a full Astartes in the way that he was converted at childhood, he was young enough to undergo the surgeries and, through sheer force of will, managed to come out in the end. He is the Primarch's oldest friend and most trusted advisor. If you ever get the chance to meet him, it is probably an honor equal to that of meeting the Primarch himself.
I cannot recall talking with him at all. I can recall talking with the Primarch at times. But that is the fact he's still alive today. It speaks of great prowess in battle and skill in leadership.
Many of the Primarchs who currently serve right now, maybe a handful of them, were around from the Great Crusade. Many of us either went to stasis or went into hiding amongst the other chapters. You see as he kind of struggles with that word, more out of disdain. Nonetheless, we are grateful that many of the core leadership of the Legion is still here. But alas,
See,
if any of the if any of the Legion chaplaincy catch you here, they would be quite perturbed. Come, let us escort you out, and let us help you find your friend.
thank you, Astartes. I never learned your name and status.
Ah, well, we are but we are just shield brethren, but I am Saramis, and this is Agma. The other Astartes simply nods.
I see. Well, I must account my good fortune on meeting you, as anyone else, most likely, would have simply reprimanded me and tossed me out at the door.
It is rare to find any human who is truly a thirst for knowledge in terms of history. Many of the humans that we come in contact with simply look to the future or to the present. It is refreshing to find one who seeks to learn from the past.
One must learn from the past in order to account the mistakes, and look to the future in order not to make the mistakes of the past come true yet again.
In this we are in agreement. As he leads you out. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go. That's good.
He begins leading you out. You can still continue to talk to him. He hasn't actually stopped talking to you.
Okay.
But as he takes you out of the chaplaincy area, he kind of speaks up. Do you know what your friend looks like, or could you describe him?
The member in question is a ratling, and I believe the only ratling on the ship. I heard him shouting heading off to the cafeteria, supposedly, and knowing him, that's exactly where he would attempt to go. But whether or not his nurse led him there, I don't know, given, well, let's just say the nurse was very displeased with the actions of their assignee.
I see. Let's do a roll first. Let's see if he does actually know. Yeah, he can figure it out. I believe I know where your friend might have found himself. And if... Pray that my brothers are feeling in a... should we say... merciful manner. Or they may just play with him for a while.
Would be entertaining all the same. I can't say all of us enjoy having him company, yet orders are orders.
So he leads you back down the other direction. You pass by an armory, and a couple of other, gun battery areas towards the perimeter of the actual fortress itself. And you arrive at a nearby cafeteria. And as you guys enter, you see all of the Space Marines are watching as Gums is struggling to make his way to the door. In a kind of plank-like position, suspended by the rotundness of his stomach, as he is using his feet in his hands to push both wheels of his overly sized wheelchair towards the door. It's kind of making like a snake where it's like going diagonal, all the way up to all the way up to the door.
Serpentine.
I'm gonna look at him, and Spart, you very much feel how disappointed Alarian is right now.
Gaunt feels it. He doesn't recognize disappointment, so he does not care.
He also doesn't know that the rest of the Depths in this area are like they've stopped everything. Even the people at the mess line, they've stopped. They're all staring at you, and the only thing that you really do hear, Gums, is vox clicks back and forth, which is not uncommon when you're in the presence of Space Marines. But at this point, Alarian, you actually hear the vox clicks behind you as the two Astartes that were leading you here are communicating back and forth.
Spartan,
I'm guessing.
Here's my question: who pulls out their phone to record on TikTok?
Spartan, what's your rank again? Because that's how pissed Alarian is right now.
My half a rank?
Not for long.
He's like a trooper, maybe a senior trooper.
Yeah.
Or private.
He's such senior trooper still.
Lol, gum.
I mean, do you really think Gaunt would make NCO?
Career trooper.
Career trooper, yeah. What do you call it? Terminal something?
Terminal Lance.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
He's a senior trooper. You would probably know that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna calmly, very rigidly walk over to Gums, help him to his chair. Right? But while I'm walking over, in the most stern and clearly disappointed voice to be even associated with this man, I'm going to go, Senior Trooper, what in the Emperor's holy name are you doing?
Gum hears senior trooper. He looks left. He looks right. Looks left. He sees like somebody's knee, and he looks up. And he's like, "Oh, hey, hey, Sergeant, my nurse left me, so I am doing things on my own." And he kind of goes back to wheeling himself out.
Your nurse left you. Now, could you tell me where they went, or do you not know?
No, I don't know. Otherwise, I won't be doing this.
I see. Yeah, excellent. Well, we're going to talk about a possible reprimand in the future, as I set Gums very forcefully, correctly into his chair. Then just wheel him out.
Oh, Gums. Gums goes as he's pushed along.
I'm going to stop at the door and thank you, Brother Lord Stasis, for escorting me to this disdainful man. I apologize for any disturbance he may have caused.
Wait, what do you call me?
Well, Trooper, uh, it's truly our pleasure to help you. As he,
I
you see him as he like tries to stifle a laugh.
the fact I even consider letting him walking around on his own without a superior.
Well, they didn't let me walk. They made me roll.
Again, thank you. And I'm going to attempt to make my way back to where I started, or no, I'll go to yeah, you know what? Let's go over to Caledon's class.
No!
Yeah.
No! I don't have feet.
No, you'll be fine.
I don't have
Kaladin
feet.
feels a very odd sensation in the force right now. A small grin cracks across his face. Fresh meat.
And this isn't even counting Keith either.
So, all right, that is Alarian. All right, Tiger and Vulcan, what you guys up to?
Reclusiac,
Yes.
would you care to join me in the apothecary?
What do you need me there for?
Some information I've come across in our testing. I myself need to update myself on what my fellow apothecaries may have discovered. But you as well, I believe it's just important that you understand what we are fully going against here.
I was going to stop by the forge to help seal in these cracks that seem like when the kraken is squeezed between its jaws. But sure, I can stop by.
Feel free to head there first if need be. I've already need to do so as well at some point later, but I'll head to Apothecarium first if you wish to do that first.
I won't go with you now. I can do it later. It should take the rest of the day anyway.
Or would you care to stop by and drop our armor off, then head there afterwards?
I would prefer to work alongside the Tech Marine, though I do not know how to seal in the cracks in the armor. I can at least learn and help and etc. It's old power armor.
I understand. Well, let's just make our way towards the Apothecarium.
Bam! Alright, you're at the Apothecarium. A number of apothecaries are working on a number of different aspects. You see a few different mutant bodies being kind of dissected and examined. As you get to your workstation, you see a couple of apothecaries who are working on the that larger specimen that you recovered. However, you see it now. It is quite shriveled up and looks like it's kind of dissolving from the inside out.
I'm gonna signal to an apothecary, and I'm gonna pass over a vial of the bigger creature, the liquid I collected, to add towards their investigation.
Yeah. Okay. Can you say that one more time?
The vial that I
Mhm.
got
Yep.
of the bigger guy.
Yep.
Tentacle.
Yep.
Hand that over to another apothecary for them to start researching.
They nod and begin to insert it into the gas spectrometer, or whatever the 40K equivalent of that is. Anything else?
For me, it was just me talking to Tiger.
Okay. Okay. They begin doing that. That's probably going to take a couple hours to go through. What you could already immediately gather from information that the apothecaries have begun to give you is the DNA that is been taken from the large specimen and the smaller specimens is exactly the same. I saw it, Tony. Thank you. Um, um, and they and the DNA is exactly the same. Um, the substance that you have begun to examine is near its preliminary data already shows that it's near identical to the substance that you recovered from the gatekeeper dissolution. Um, and you can kind of begin to figure out it responds to psychic presences, which of course in this room right now there none exist. And you can kind of begin to figure out some things, but that will require a logic test for me to talk about, unless you want to posit theories yourself.
I was gonna throw what I know, the tiger.
Okay,
But
go ahead.
so, Cluzrock, you're fully aware of what we are facing here.
I'm sorry.
Are you fully aware of what we are facing here?
Well, from what I can gather, and that is not much. Didn't we have theories on if they were turning the populace into mutated versions?
Yes. So, starting from the beginning, the lab. We know this creature made by the biologist we were chasing is mainly Tyranid in nature. Do you have any experience fighting Tyranids, Cluzrock? Or any knowledge of the general way they operate?
Yes, I have had battles with the Tyranids. From what I know, the bigger they are, the more run when you kill them.
Yes, exactly, Cluzrock. The creature we're fighting, it's made of Tyranid parts, mainly, but there are also other kinds of things thrown in there, including, we kind of look around, and kind of in a more hushed voice, are the Astartes pods. Unknown on the chapter. I do not know about any other gene seed beside our own. But so I've not been able to research into the ones I've collected from those I have found at the lab. But much like the Tyranids, this creature has been controlling these mutants, or presumably doing so. That liquid that we found in the underhive, you remember it? The corrosive ones?
The one that was flooding the channels.
Yes.
Go on.
As you have probably noticed yourself, at each death of these mutants, they dissolve into that liquid. This is much similar to what Imperium has ordained or named the biomass that Tyranids use within their production of such creatures. You're aware of how the Tyranids self-produce in a way, in a form of manufacturing.
So you were saying that this sludge is the biomass of the dead and destroyed that they have taken, and that they were... Well, then I guess we would be able to assume that whatever it's draining into is where they produce these creatures.
Highly likely. But unlike the Tyranids, which they take the material and put it down to its finest forms, and then recreate it into utterly new substances and creatures, this creature utilizes this said biomass and uses pre-existing material, such as humans, to create its creatures. Instead of totally recreating them, it adapts existing or mutates existing things. Or that's what we so presume from our current knowledge.
Well, this is something we should bring up in the debrief then.
Yes. Besides that, our research has been grueling. I have ordered my apothecaries and on my free time myself to find any forms of substances that react with this biomass, per se, if we want to call it, mutated biomass, whatever. And We have not found anything that destroys the substance, so we are unable to make a genophage at this time. But we are aware of two things. That it reacts psychically, although it requires a large psychic presence for it to actually react, and we assume this is similar to the way a Tyrannid controls its creatures in whatever twisted creature psychic it uses. I'm not aware of the psychic nature of things, as you know, Kluziak. I'm not well versed in that, but we believe that might be, it's reacting because it's being controlled. And secondly,
Do not worry, Apothecary. Close to none in this Legion are.
yes, I'm aware. And secondly, it reacts to fire, but of such high temperatures, it would be near. It would be. How to say this? Near firebombing the planet for it to actually affect it.
The solution is simple then. Bring the sun into the Underhive. Thank you, Apothecary, I say with a sly grin.
Yes, it clears. Like I wish the Primarch would allow us to do that. But I just want you to be aware of what the knowledge we have so far, and so can be aware of it as you make your decisions.
Do melter guns produce enough heat to make it react violently enough, or would it just do what a melter gun does?
I believe it would just do what the melter gun does to close your arc.
Well, this information, thank you for bringing it to me, and keep working on that genophage. Unless that is all, I believe we should share this information with the next time we debrief.
Yes, Klusak, that is fine. I'll stand here and send my armor via Surf to be repaired, and I'll do my best here to continue my research.
Until tidings bring us together again, my brother.
Yes, brother. Alrighty.
So, you two go your own separate ways as we catch up with Kaladin on the Emperor's Endowment on one of the many, many training areas, teaching a small class of guardsmen some basic hand-to-hand combat methods. Keith, Garrett, and Mad Marker are the first to catch up as they join in. Just a little late, Cal. Nothing like really. This wasn't like a formal setup or anything, and you suspected that people were going to kind of trickle in over a period of time. But you, at the corner of your eye, you do see Keith and Mad Marker as they catch up.
Is it just us in here right now? That's okay.
There is a few other people in the surrounding area. There's a couple of guys who are kind of practicing. They look a little bit regal, and you can probably suspect they're probably officers or commissars of some sort. They're in their physical training uniform, but they're training with large wooden swords, kind of in the shape of a chain sword. You suspect that they're probably practicing on how to wield them easier and just keeping up those skills. A nearby Ogren is currently practicing with a pretty large club against a training dummy, kind of mimicking what they're doing on the other side of the room. There's also a couple of about a small formation, maybe like 5 or 6 guys who are just physically training. They're doing your basic calisthenics and things like that in a formal formation. This is a large area, so it's one of the common areas for some of the guardsmen in local and kind of like some of the local barracks come here to work out and stuff.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, then I would just be practicing myself and showing pointers to whoever I can.
Okay. Keith and Mad Marker, you guys come in.
So anyway, Keith has basically been telling Command Marker basically the general mentality of why he's going into trying to get into unarmed combat as opposed to other weapons. So anyway, that's the reason why I kind of want to learn this, so I can grapple with something bigger than me and break its neck, shove its jaw into its skull or something like that. I don't know. I'm weird.
You'd probably be better off attacking the head than trying to grapple something larger than you, just because it's likely to be stronger. But I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah, appreciate it.
But
and if nothing else,
get a load of those officers over there trying to act like they know how to use chainswords.
yeah, well, what can I say? They're officers, they're idiots. Never trust them in land nav either.
You're saying that's outside of their hearing range, yes?
Oh, frick yeah.
I hope so.
That's a lot of talk for someone who can't kill himself in melee combat.
Fair point. Doing all right, Cal?
Sure am. Let's see what you can do.
All right. Let's see how bad I get my butt kicked today.
All right.
So what are we rolling?
Well, depends on
This
what you guys
is
do.
just hand-to-hand.
Okay.
Yep.
Slappers only.
Slappers only? Slappers only.
Slappers
I got that.
only. No
I got
Moonraker
the reference.
lasers.
Yeah, no.
All right. Let's pull up a Mr. Cal. All right. So let's do weapon skill test. Competing weapon skill test.
All right, baseline. Okay.
Yeah, base.
Dang.
Damn.
All right. So, Keith and Cal, you guys, you kind of get a little loose right before kind of stepping into a ring with each other, and Cal, you're kind of thinking like, okay, cool, let me just go easy on him. He's learning. I'm not gonna do anything crazy, and he comes at you like a fucking freight train. And like your unsuspecting stature or your unsuspecting stance at the time, he basically takes you, turns you over, and slams you onto the ground and puts you into a guard position. And you immediately are like, oh shit, okay, all right, this is on. Like, okay, he's fucking going, we're fucking going ham now. All right. And you guys like toss, you kind of like toss around in the dirt back and forth, each one trying to get a dominant position on the other, before finally like Keith tries to go for a rear naked choke, and you're forced to have to actually tap out, and you guys stand back up and go back to opposite sides. If you guys are going for rounds, that first round goes straight to Keith.
Okay.
As Keith gets kind of rotates his shoulders a bit. 2 out of 3, Cal, or
Okay.
what?
See if you can do it twice.
Yeah, I'm chalking that up to beginner's luck anyway. Holy crap on a stick.
Damn.
What's next?
You could try, Cal. I mean,
Look, I'm wrong.
To be
Just
fair.
because he rolled a 2, the last one he rolled was a 40. So I'm not. So if he rolls low enough, he can beat me quite handily.
If you roll a 20,
You rolled a 3.
if you roll a 26 or under, you win the raise.
He rolled, yeah.
You have a 1 in 4 chance, Precy.
damn.
Damn.
All right.
Okay, I have unarmed specialist. I can reroll.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
How How do you possibly roll a 4 and then a 3?
Roll Breezy, another chance.
So Breezy,
Can I
Weighted dice,
dodge
weighted
or parry?
dice.
I'd like to parry.
parry is only with a melee weapon, unfortunately.
I can't.
Aw.
Wait, what?
Yeah, parry is specifically designed for a melee weapon.
Plus this is a distraction.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you call that thing that like they do when they like block hands and they push them out of the way? What's that?
That's just basic hand-to-hand combat.
That's
Okay,
a
fine.
jujitsu
Yeah.
counter, I think, whatever you would call it.
Unless you're skilled at Aikido and your name is Steven Seagal.
Why
Steven
am
Seagal
I
skill
teaching this
anything?
class? Why isn't fucking Keith teaching this class right now?
Well, my weapon skill's only 57.
Only 57.
Jesus.
He only has like over a 50% chance to always succeed.
Versus Kaladin's 80.
I have an 80.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you're also rolling like
That's-
shit today.
The god
Jesus.
emperor smiles upon you.
You let him win, Cal.
Danger!
You let him. You let him
Okay.
win, Cal.
Oh,
Yeah,
Cal.
so that's round 2 to him. Okay.
So,
Those wooden swords.
no, okay, hold on, Cal. I'm gonna give you a chance to save face here. Why don't you roll a deceive check for me? Given your station, I'll give you a plus 15. Okay.
There it is.
Oh, damn.
So, in the second bout, as you guys go at it, Cal realizes real quick that, oh shit, I'm actually gonna have to try this time. And as he's like beginning to lose his ground, Cal goes, okay guys, so and this is how you get yourself into a bad position. This is not a position you want to be in, and trying to play it off as like he is like as he's doing this on purpose, and everybody around him is like,
didn't see anything.
and everybody around you is like, yeah, no, that makes sense. No, totally, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
He's totally doing this on purpose.
Meanwhile, Larian and Gums comes walking up as Cal is basically in his bitch status right now, but like completely playing it off. Nobody around him is like, oh dude, he's like getting his fucking ass handed to him. They're like, oh no, he's doing this on purpose to teach us. Yeah, he's teaching us a lot of things a lot of things here. Keith, I wouldn't have even had made you roll scrutiny, but that's fine if you want to go ahead and give me a fate point. That's cool.
Sorry.
No, you did it now. It's my fate point. It's my fate point to use now.
I understand that. I'm just saying I didn't realize it was an opposed one.
No, you didn't do anything. You're in the fight. You don't really care. But like you could tell like he's actually putting up a bit of a fight right now.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Like you could feel it just because you're in the fight. Right, you're in the fight with him.
I don't know if you're sure if he's actually faking it or not, though.
Yeah, you may not be
Yeah.
sure that he's actually faking it or not, but you could tell like he's actually trying right now. And Alarian, as you and Gums kind of arrive up, you kind of see Cal in this like really not good hand-to-hand combat position. Like he's not in a dominant position at all. And he's basically sitting there going, and this is how you get your ass kicked, and this is why you don't want to be in position. And what you need to do, and he tries to like try to get out of it, is try to get your foot. Okay, you know what? All right. And he kind of just stops like fighting for a second. This is why this position's so bad. You don't really have a good way out of it.
Do I believe him?
Unless you could beat 8 degrees of deceive. Yeah.
There's always a chance for a 1.
Sure.
So...
Go ahead.
There's a chance.
Oh,
No, you're buying this. You bought
You
in.
believe him wholeheartedly. You're listening to everything he says.
On every
Taking
word.
You're
notes.
drinking the Kool-Aid right now, dude.
Alright. See, Gums,
It
this is
tastes
gonna
like
be so
embarrassment.
bad.
I don't want to be here on Gums tries to.
You have a choice.
I can
He
draw.
pipes up. Wait, what's that? Gums
That's
wants to go for another round too.
I will give Kaladin and Keith another opposed test against each other to see if Cal can
Let
actually.
me go first, Keith. Let me go first. Because you went first both
By all
times.
means, by all means.
Okay.
All right, all right.
Still not great.
And this is where Keith fails.
All right. So Cal, you're in the rear guard right now, which means like you're like in not a good position. But there is a couple of ways to get out of it, and you know that he doesn't. As you kind of like maneuver your feet in a certain way, and you buck him over your shoulders and actually manage to get behind him and put him into a rear naked choke. And you know, after a few seconds, you feel yourself begin to black out, Keith, and you tap out.
After the guards drops, like, okay. See, I kind of figured you needed a minute. Good joke there, by the way.
And Cal, like, I'm going to go ahead and just like let you flourish this if you want.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is why we do not underestimate your opponent. We have learned a very valuable lesson today.
All right.
Please, I just took the initiative when I had it. That's all it is.
Alrighty. Well, you now have a pretty sizable group here, and that sizable group has kind of caught the attention of a nearby observer. Pack, would you like to kind of introduce yourself?
So, Pack starts making his way over to the group, kind of looking, trying to, just staring over the top of all the other guardsmen at the two kind of as they were tussling, and it's just like, don't throw him off. It's easier. Obviously, not understanding that he is, twice the size of a normal human, if not bigger.
Alright.
Something you'd like to share with the class?
Yeah, you little ones are weakened. You need to be big and strong like Urgan.
What the hell is he talking about?
So,
Big,
you guys
big
see.
and strong doesn't always mean coordinated.
For those of you who have not been caught up yet, the gentleman who approaches you is a very large, even for an Ogren. Half his face is burned, and he right now is wielding a kind of a wooden club, which is for the Ogren are basically training clubs that allow them to train with their instead of using the rippers, they use this club to kind of train, not at range combat, but basically how to use the fucking ripper as a club itself. And he approaches the group, as he is, just to kind of catch up with any of the players who are kind of behind on this.
What's that weapon called?
The Ripper is their chosen weapon. I think it's the only weapon in all of 40k that's actually it's like a bolter, but not a bolter.
So imagine a Sega 12 except 50 feet high, right?
It's an oversized combat shotgun that's reinforced to the point where it can be used as a club.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yep.
What is this, and how do I replace my blood with it?
What?
Beautiful.
What are we looking at?
The Ripper guns.
Being big and strong doesn't always mean you're coordinated.
At seeing another
to the test.
Seeing another Ogren, my comrade Bob is going to shout out, "Bob Strong too, Bob Ogren."
You see, Pack. You see another Ogren that's kind of like standing off to the side, next to or just behind Mad Marker. He's smaller than you, but still an Ogren.
Ogrins always make good friends. Last longer than normal Yumi, normal little uns.
Bob's going to ask, have you seen Littlest Un? And point at Gums.
You see a tiny ratling in a oversized wheelchair. His
No,
feet
it's a
are bandaged.
human-sized wheelchair. It's a human-sized wheelchair that's oversized for him.
Oversized for Gums, with his feet wrapped up in bandages.
To Pax, wouldn't it be a small wheelchair?
It'd still be a small.
Good. This one? Squish.
So double stuff. What can we call you?
I'm me Pax, me
Pax.
last of Ogrin squad from my last regiment.
I see. Well, hopefully your strength will work out a little bit more here. Pax, would you like to join in? See some of that strength in action.
Keith and Madmarker, you guys would kind of remember. Pack is as he said, he's the last of his squad. You guys don't know of him like personally, but you know of him kind of through deed. When the 212th was dissolved and folded back into the 700th, which then got turned into the Imperial Army under the command of the Primarch for the Orbita Crusade, he was kind of folded in. He's one of the very, very, very few Ogryn that are actually in the 700th. Mainly because the vast majority of them went off to fight with Gilliman on the Indominus Crusade. But he is kind of famous for a level of loyalty that is even kind of uncommon for Ogryn. And kind of once he kind of it's difficult to explain, but once he kind of gets attached to somebody, he really doesn't leave them in a way. Not uncommon to the way that you feed a puppy and now it will be your friend forever.
So what you're saying is that I should befriend him?
Definitely don't try to eat him.
You think?
Well, you don't know this, Gums, because you
Well, I
don't
don't
care.
know this, yeah.
Yeah,
Fair
you
enough.
don't care. You care a lot about
Your feet
Gums. Yeah, you care a lot about Gums and what serves Gums best. But Keith and Madmarker, you guys kind of know that while he is a little untrusting up front, or he's overly friendly up front, but not so trusting, once you gain that trust, it's like having a friend for life.
Keith walks up to Gums. Hey, Gums, easy way to get him on our side? Get him some food.
How much?
I'm going to invite Pax into the circle.
I think it'd be better to impress him with a feat of strength.
So Pax is seeing the invitation into the circle. Pax tries to get through nimbly, which is just shoving everyone out the way as he tries to get to the circle.
Oops, sorry, get out of the way. People just roll over like bowling pins.
I'm going to, when he enters the circle, I'm going to take my hat off. I'm going to do that little like suave bow, the little one where it's like a little bit with the hand across your chest. And then I'll put my hat back on and I'm going to reach out and try to shake his hand.
Pack, not understanding the whole thing, just reaches out his hand, his massive hand, which just kind of envelops your arm.
Kind of.
That's okay. It's a pleasure to meet you, Pack. I'm Cal.
Nice to meet you, Carl.
Now let's see what you got. And I'm gonna. Oh, are you gonna? Wait, is he using his club?
Pax, seeing that you're unarmed, throws the club kind of sideways onto the ground.
The club hits the ground the same way that you felt the Space Marines hit the ground in their hand-to-hand combat. And it makes a pretty, satisfying dump on the ground with a small indentation around it.
He kind of starts moving the rest of the group back. Okay, we're gonna want to stand back from this.
I just
And
want you
maybe
guys to
learn how to
understand,
catch a human.
Ogryn are actually larger than Space Marines.
Yep.
And this
Plus
and Pack is
Wolverines.
large, even is considered large even for an Ogryn.
So he's a bulgrin?
So
He's like a bonehead.
based on my knowledge of feral worlds and dealing with creatures that are much larger than I am, instead of directly attacking, I'm going to be doing my damnedest to wear him out.
Okay.
So I'm not going to be attacking, I'm going to be dodging most attacks.
I can only offer you a +10 to your weapon skill if you're going to do opposed weapon skills, and it's still based solely on degrees of success.
Understood.
Because even though you have attacked creatures that may have been significantly larger than you, you have never attacked a creature that's significantly larger to you. And still, even though he's not he's not smart, he is intelligent, and he knows how to react, and he actually does know how to fight.
I will take whatever I can get.
All right, gentlemen, go ahead and make opposed weapon skill test, please.
I'm going to regret this, but you go right ahead, Pax. You get the first one.
Rolled
Here
a
comes-
2.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
He's still not much different than mine.
Oh my
Dang.
god.
97.
97, huh?
Wow.
Still beats him in degrees, but 97.
Both.
Everybody swings and miss.
I'll use my reroll every turn for that. So I'll use my reroll for that.
Okay, go ahead and reroll.
I'm gonna regret it, but oh my god,
It was a 98.
Oh god, that would suck.
much better.
All right,
11. Okay.
Pack. He is he's scrappy for a little one. He does a really good job in this kind of David versus Goliath sort of situation where he dodges your attempts to like slam him to the ground. He dodges your attempts to grab him. He dodges your attempts to try to control the area around you, because that's really all you can do in such a huge differing in size. And he's fast. He's real fast. And you thought you might be able to grab him once you kind of corner him at some point, but he just succeeds at just dodging you right under your legs. And in that particular instance, you lose your footing and you kind of fall to the ground. And he jumps on your back and begins to try to choke you out. His arms don't really get around your neck, so he can't actually choke you out.
Can I do one thing instead
Sure,
of that?
sure.
Actually, because I know I can't choke him out. I definitely know that. I would be going for the Avatar: The Last Airbender, Ty Lee.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Doing that, where I'm like,
Okay.
hitting-
So, I don't know how much chi actually exists in 40k, but
But that part where they can't move, like you knock in, they're like,
Yeah.
"Ugh," and the arm just like,
but he basically kind of whittles you down, Pack. He goes for your legs, starts punching out your legs as they kind of, they grow weak and you kind of go down to your knees. And then while you still have most of your body, he goes and starts punching at particular pressure points, and you kind of find yourself as your arms kind of grow weak and they kind of just go limp for a minute, and then he kind of just kind of knocks you right in your head, and you kind of just go black out for a second. You wake up an indeterminate amount of time later, as Kaladin is kind of standing over you, trying to figure out some way to help you back up.
Is anyone in the room laughing?
No, nobody's laughing. They're actually just kind of surprised.
Gotcha.
Ogryn are actually really good fighters. And they do really good against, equally strong, Xenos and
He didn't die.
no nobody does well against demons, but
Gums claps.
I'm gonna help him up.
So Pax just kind of shaking his head, trying to shake off the the kind of blacking out, and he sees the hand out, and he obviously goes out to reach it, and as he goes to reach it, he stops and puts his hand back on the floor and kind of pushes himself up.
okay. You gotta get yourself back onto your footing.
I'm gonna dust him off. Good form. A little too much aggression, but I see why. You want to make sure that back foot right there is planted. A little bit more stern. But otherwise, very good. You all, and I'm going to point to everybody else, can learn something from our friend Pax here. Everything is not about aggression. What you want to do is make sure that your opponent doesn't suspect what's going to happen next.
Keith doesn't know whether or not doesn't know exactly how to think about it, given the last brawl.
Yeah.
All right. So, anybody else want to fight before we move over to the next?
I'm going to try and drag his fucking club over to him.
You try to pick it up, and like at first you're just like, oh fuck. It's like fucking the Mjolnir hammer people try to pick it up, and you manage to kind of drag it a little bit, before it comes into your reaching range, Pack. In which case, Pack picks it up with Breezy attached.
Well, kind of while he's attending, holding it in front of me, and I just go, "Thank you."
Anytime, Pack.
And
Clearly
then
the
go to
extra-
floor.
Clearly,
I'm gonna
the extra
pat-
weight is supposed to help with bashing things.
I'm going to pat him on the shoulder. Anybody else?
You still
He
see
pulls up a
Gum sitting
finger.
there.
How the heck did you reach his shoulder from there?
Gum throws on his
I said
chameleon
arm.
cloak.
Gumster's on his chameleon cloak? So does Cal.
What?
You know,
Game on.
I'll give it a go. It'd be good to know what he's capable of for future reference.
Okay.
Mad. I'm going to hand him a wooden sword.
Wait, who?
Okay. You're handed a wooden sword. Mad Marker.
Okay.
I'm going to take one myself.
Okay. Cal takes a wooden sword as well.
Actually, two of them. I think
Oh, dear.
two of them.
Okay. Cal takes up 2 wooden swords to your 1, Mad Marker.
Okay.
Alrighty. Both of you roll base weapon skill test, please.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Cal is not rolling really that well today, but that's
No.
okay.
It's like mid-level meh.
Mad Marker, would you like to reroll or
No, I'm fine with it being that low.
let it ride? All right.
While this is happening, I am like telling him what's going to happen.
Okay.
So watch as I swing across here, and then I come in from down here, and then I block here. Notice the flow of the motion that never really. So as this is as the combat's happening, I am like talking to the group and discussing the motions.
All right. So everybody kind of picks up on what you're throwing down, Cal. Mad Marker, on the other hand, is trying to focus on like the form and trying to actually like get a handle on it. But this is ideally your forte, and in that I don't really want to it's mean to say this, but you basically run rack shot over the entire bout.
Of course.
So, Mad Marker, unfortunately, you're basically put into basically a kill position in which case you're forced to kind of, secede secede defeat.
Yield.
Yield, yeah. Basically, you're forced to yield. And nobody doubts at all. Like nobody puts anything down on you. And a couple of nearby troopers who know of you kind of like pat you on the back as you walk out of the ring. Does anybody else wish to go up in the bout?
Oh, Keith still wants to try and figure out how to. Achilles, I'm trying to get Keith unarmed warrior any way I can, but
that's going to take a little bit more. But what I can offer all of you is for the time spent here, an additional 5 to your weapon skill.
nice.
Hey,
Has
Gums,
Gums
you
been
want
released
to
by
get
his
in on
prisoner?
this?
Gums does
No.
not get it because Gums didn't do shit.
Those who
Gums
participated.
does not want to get on this.
Hey, Cal, would you like to fight Gums?
I'll fight him.
Gums points at his feet.
Right.
His bandaged feet.
That's not an excuse. I'm gonna roll him into the circle.
I'll hop on my knees. I'll fight from my knees.
Okay. I'm gonna make a command check to
No,
have
you're-
Gums fight someone.
Oh boy.
No, what?
Yeah, whoever he wants to fight against, they got to fight on their knees. Sounds
I'm
good.
already running him into the circle, so.
All right, Gums, if you wish to not follow the command, you can roll a willpower test.
My willpower is too weak.
Okay, you are
It's too
compelled.
weak.
You are compelled to go and fight in the ring, even though you have an infirmity.
Good soldiers follow orders.
Good soldiers follow orders.
But Gums is the
Achilles.
opposite of a good soldier.
Good
Achilles,
soldiers follow.
Do you think Baron could fight without killing Gums?
Baron doesn't know how to.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Just
Baron is a feral a non-domesticated feral cat who you have trained to basically be your friend, and in that he is basically trained to kill people.
Did I try to cook his cat
Yeah.
at some point? Does the cat still remember that?
Oh yeah, you tried.
Would it really be a loss, Breezy?
What? Oh, except for that to happen?
Yeah,
I mean,
all right.
I'd miss the furry little bastard, but then we'd have to just deal with Gums.
He's a furry little bastard.
Oh, fine. I have to
You
fit
meant killing
toes.
Gums. Oh, I thought you meant killing Baron.
No, frick no.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure.
Well, we'll see what Gums does here in a minute. We're gonna actually pick up with Frank being rolled back to the infirmary. Being rolled back to the infirmary. To which case, he's met by a somewhat odd-looking tech priest, Biologus, Kyurgen, actually, to be specific, who is treating a nearby Steve, who also took some damage in the last fight. As he looks over and he looks over. Well, actually, I will allow Peters to introduce himself to his recent patient.
Good to see you're up and moving about there. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. You were unconscious for most of the procedures.
That'd be cheating, Frank. To describe the character, and I'll let him go into more detail, but basically, the tech priest himself is a little bit odd in the way that his robes have cut off sleeves, revealing, in Frank's perfect vernacular, big uwu biceps, and a very unaugmented face. In the way that tech priests typically have more metal than flesh, this is a tech priest that has more flesh than metal.
I think Frank needs a minute.
No, I'm good. I
Oh.
did my roll.
Okay. So, do you have any lasting pain, or what brings you back to the infirmary?
What?
A nearby,
Are you...
very attractive male nurse pipes up. He was he was attending a funeral ceremony for one of their lost comrades.
Ah, yes, I heard about that fellow.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
The one that got away. If only I aimed a little to the left. But anyway, you don't have to worry about that.
So, your condition is now much more stable than when you came in here.
Yes.
Managed to save most of your flesh, but you will live with some remnants of the operations. Not perfect, but you should be a-okay in just a bit more time.
Doc, level with me here. Give it to me straight. Were you able to save my penis?
Did I have to operate anywhere near his groin region?
His groin region is perfectly intact.
Your member will live to fight another day.
What's a member?
Your penis.
Excellent. Okay. I feel like I should celebrate this moment. Let me, what? How do I,
Is there a bathroom nearby?
Oh my god.
There is a lavatory nearby, yes.
Frank is depressed.
If you are in need of a pick-me-up, I do have a couple doses of stim lying around.
Is that what her name is?
You're much more lively than that little rattling fellow that I had in here earlier.
Oh, the tiny Steve? Did you fix him?
Well,
Wait,
there's
no,
only so
you're a
much-
medical guy. You would actually think I'm serious. Did you kill him for me?
the rattling survived his operations, if that is what you're asking.
Doc. Why did you do that?
Some things are just on instinct. I don't think I could have botched that if I tried.
It's okay. I can use one of my new level 4 pillows here. And I pat my bandolier.
Oh my god.
I'm sure this would take care of a rattling by, well, I mean, if we fix the tiny Steve by using one of these, I think there wouldn't be a Steve left. And a tiny Steve that is no Steve, I think, is a good Steve. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense, yeah.
If you say it makes sense, it makes sense. Probably wouldn't be.
It makes sense!
Oh,
It
dear.
makes sense! I rolled a 2!
Oh my god.
Oh my lord.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Jesus
It makes
Christ.
in its own special little way, it somehow does make sense.
You don't know how or you don't know why, but
Well,
anyway. What is this warped reality?
I
Can I
don't know.
check on the status of his scars / the remnants of his injuries, Achilles?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a Medicaid check. He is with any of your bonuses that you have.
Okay.
That is low for you.
Yeah, it is pretty low.
But it checks out. He is recovering pretty well. The walk around for him actually did a little bit of good. Still probably should stay under some amount of medical, not medical care, but medical observation, so to speak. But the wounds seem to be healing. You can change out some of the bandages right now, and that'll probably help as well. But yeah, he should make a full recovery here in a couple days.
Right. Everything looks good. Have you been feeling any pain recently?
Does loneliness count?
Unfortunately, loneliness is not a symptom of any medical issue that I'm aware of.
You do have antidepressants, though.
You are in need of medication. I would be happy to prescribe it to you. Although if I learn you're abusing it, I will have it replaced with something else.
The fun doctor.
Frank's gonna think about that for a second.
Oh boy.
I'm going to look completely seriously at him.
Then shake
And
his
just-
head. I can't. I'm on the job. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Well, if I might ask, what exactly occurred that brought you into here in your condition? It was quite gruesome at the beginning.
Well, you see, I found a data slate that had some really weird transmissions about these girls with cat ears and tentacles. And then I met a tentacle. And then that was not a good rendition of what tentacles do. No, they hurt. They crush. That's, it's not fun. Not at all.
I should say so. If you were any worse, if you were any worse, we would have had to. You would have been brought in a bucket.
Somewhere, somehow, Alarian looks up, shivers, and goes back to what he was doing. Heresy?
Well, nurse, if you wouldn't mind making sure the patient is comfortable, that would be appreciated. And make sure to send someone to. Who is your commanding officer?
The Reclusiarch?
And have someone sent to the Reclusiarch to inform them that his condition is stable and he will be fit for duty in a short time.
Okay. The nurse nods, looks back, and begins changing some of your bandages, Frank. Frank, you are under medical care, so go ahead and add an additional 4 wounds to your pool. You should be going from 4 to 5 now.
Okay.
Or sorry, from 1 to 5 now. Sorry, I can't do math.
Could be worse.
Could be worse.
You could not be able to even find your wounds in the first place. Oh, there they are. Math.
Oh,
All right.
dadgummit.
With that, let's go ahead and take our break and be back at, let's say, 7 p.m. 7 p.m. sharp, guys. Be back 7.
Okay.
So in 15 minutes?
Yep, a little bit longer than usual.
All right, fine with me. I gotta get a drink anyhow.
Alrighty.
So, Tiger, am I gonna be
Green light,
Dude, no,
green
ramp,
light, go,
ramp.
go, go.
Killers, how do you feel about the YouTube video Sex Lies in City Currently writing a paper on
And
it.
we're back.
Good timing.
Bro, I swear, by the way,
I
I
like
was
pizza game.
Wrong
I actually
scene.
watched that video, and for some reason, to the end, I was just listening to it playing Soulstorm, right? And Jesus, the thing at the end, the man literally walked behind a bunch of beauty pageant contests into an engineering convention.
What?
You can't make this up.
Yeah, no, that's an eye-awakening video.
So, we pick up with Frank contemplating on doing drugs with the doctor, who we have found out is one Padiok Valen, biologist, chirurgeon, genitor,
Sexy man.
with big uwu biceps.
Achilles, could we get a quick comparison of Frank's uwu biceps versus Pac's uwu biceps?
Actually, they're both pretty ripped. Which actually is something that you notice, Frank, is that your tech priest surgeon, for all intents and purposes, has fucking huge biceps, just like you do.
I didn't notice. That would be gay.
Yeah, you notice.
I mean,
It's hard not to notice.
Damn it.
look, man, it's not gay to notice your guy's been working hard, you know?
Tread the path of the swole.
Yes, he does tread the path of soul. Actually, yeah, that is actually 100% true. Padiok Valen, the tech priest chirurgeon, does indeed tread the path of the swole. That is an accurate description of who this person is.
Where are you keeping the protein?
You'll never know.
In any case,
So,
yeah, Frank.
Frank, why don't you tell me about your comrades while you're here?
I don't have any.
Looks over at
Yep,
Frank,
no one you
or
work
looks
with?
over at Steve.
No, work with?
Steve looks up. Your back is currently turned to him right now, Pat. And he just looks at Frank and just gives him a fucking middle finger.
I gotta eviscerate that Steve later.
Holds up a second middle finger.
How many does he have?
Do one more, and I'm gonna be concerned. I think that Steve's reached his maximum.
He, you know what? Hold on. Let's do something here real quick.
Oh no.
Let's see if he can actually do it on command.
oh no.
Steve. How the fuck? Steve actually has a. Okay, you know what? Whatever. That's cool.
What?
No. He, you see him like get red in the face, trying to make something happen, and all you hear is. He just lays
What did
back
he
down.
just try to do?
Try to create a third middle finger.
That's very curious. I want to investigate this. What was he trying to do?
He was trying to figure out how to create a third middle finger.
Alright, Kelly's, I'll just add the 18+ title in front of your Twitch title. I'll
Yeah, I
say
think it's
this.
our job as moderators to make sure this
Yep.
is the title is changed as appropriate.
Yeah, well, thanks, guys. This is what I pay you guys for.
Moving on from Frank, how's his Steve? Was it?
Yeah.
How is he doing?
Steve is a little banged up, but he'll make it. He's fine.
Wait, don't speak to him. He doesn't know any language. I made him that way.
That may be true, but pain is universal, and I'm going to prick his toe to see if he can feel at his feet.
Flinches.
Ah, look at that.
forgot my Steve's a little bitch.
The delivery behind that. I'm gonna break his toe. Oh, look at that.
I said prick, not break.
Brick. Oh, okay. Well, that's me mishearing.
No, I'm not
Cry.
gonna break his damn.
Cry had an image in his
For-
head where
for a
this small
joke.
biologist
Tiger.
takes a hammer and just sorry.
You get a message after a few minutes of all this going down. You get a message saying that Frank is recovering well and will be fully released within a couple days.
I look left, look right, go what the hell, and try and figure out where this message is coming from.
It's to your personal comms as a text-based message.
Who's the sender?
The office of the Medicaid
Mafia.
for the Astra Militar.
Mafia.
Yeah.
I'm gonna quickly reply in text. Bring this up with his squad lead. Do not contact me about matters with Frank again.
So the message was written as in reference to the commanding officer of Frank.
His commanding officer. I mean, would that technically be McNoll or would it be Mad Marker?
Mad Marker would be his direct superior. McNoll would be the overseeing official for the entire Imperial Army.
I'm just gonna put that in the reply and say, once more, do not message me if these matters any longer.
15 minutes later, as Pat is looking over Steve and trying to make sure that he's recovering well, and mentally jabbing with Frank, Bad Marker, you receive a message that Frank is recovering well and will be released from medical observation within a couple days.
Good, but did they check his head?
Is that what you send back?
Yeah, I'll send that back.
Pat, a nearby nurse walks up to you and hands you a data slate and says, "Good, but did you check his head?" Referring to Frank.
I'm going to just rub my beard and be like, I'm gonna glance at his head to see if there's any
It's strangely enough, no. There is his head was perfectly fine. There was no damage to his head, other than like maybe some cuts.
Frank waves.
Yeah, some visible scratches and cuts. That's about it.
I'm gonna hold up 3 fingers. How many fingers am I holding up?
About 350. Sorry, 3. That's a joke.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm.
Why do you ask?
Someone's concerned about your mental well-being.
Well, of course they are. Yet they keep giving me the heavy machine gun thingy that goes doot doot doot, and I keep killing everything. But I'm the one with the problem, apparently. Finger guns.
And wonder why. Nurse, send back to whoever responded that their pile of meat they had delivered to me is now man-shaped again and will be good to go with full mental faculties within a couple days.
Wait, what? Pilot?
Their pile of meat that they sent to me is now man-shaped again.
Ah, okay. Very good, Doctor. I will do that right away. And he walks out of the room towards basically where all you guys do all your notes and stuff.
That sounds like heresy.
No, it's not. Your heresy.
What?
Mad Marker, you receive another message. Your pile of man-shaped meat your pile of meat that you sent the doctor is now man-shaped once again and will be released within a couple days.
I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to read it again to try and figure out what they're going to say. And then I'm just going to say out loud, oh, okay, I guess Frank's okay.
I love it.
No response. Okay.
Oh shit, do I still have my box?
Roll a perception check.
Oh no.
You don't immediately see it.
Crap.
You
I
see,
can't crank call people.
Pat, you see as Frank looks very nervous and anxious.
You okay, Frank?
I don't
Looking
know
for
where my
something?
Boxcaster is.
Did I remove his Voxcaster when he went into operation?
Well, obviously, yeah.
Right. Do I have it in this room with me?
Yeah, it's with his personal effects, along
Okay.
with his big fuck off gun and his bag of mystery.
I'm going to bring him the Voxcaster and none of that other nonsense, as don't need a armed patient in the hospital.
Okay. Frank, your newfound friend Pat has brought you your Voxcaster.
Oh. Where'd you get this?
Well, we had to remove it and set it aside while we operated on you. Couldn't have it getting in the way, now could we?
Oh. Cool.
Yes, so yep, now you have
I
this to be
completely
your
forgot I was going to do with this.
this to be your companion now. So you won't be too super bored here.
Frank now has a Voxcaster while he's in the hospital.
Excellent.
All right. Besides Frank and Steve, are there any other patients in this area of the infirmary?
Other than the regular people that come in from the battlefield, no. There is no other critical patients right now in the general vicinity. Gums is actually being beaten up on somewhere else. You do realize after this exchange happens, the nurse that you sent with Gums walks in. He looks like hell, and he looks like he is in the most pissed off mood that he could possibly be in.
Hmm.
You also know that Gums' only true injury was the fact that his feet were badly burned.
I'm gonna look into my
Riker Timson, thank you for
I guess,
following.
like storage of chemicals. And do I have anything for cheering people up when they've had a bad time?
I mean,
How many times
you
can I
are
say?
a Kyurgeon. There are a lot of drugs that can induce euphoria.
You probably make some of them.
I mean, in a way that you could also make some chemicals if you wanted. What are you looking to induce?
Something that would relieve stress, I guess. Like
So
sort of
we
a similar effect to nicotine, but
There's
hopefully less addictive.
there's a lot of chemicals out there that they don't necessarily relieve stress, but they are kind of like anti-anxiety style medications. You could definitely prescribe some of those. It's not, yeah, I mean, you could do that. You're a doctor. You know better.
Yeah, I'll prescribe him a anti-anxiety medication and just put an arm on his shoulder and like take the rest of the day off.
He pops the. Okay, so Frank, you watch as basically this doctor goes to one of the medicine cabinets, types in a code, opens it up, takes out some pills, closes it, walks over to this nurse that looks like he's been through hell. You recognize him as the nurse that was with Gums, by the way. Gives him the pills. Kind of under his breath says, "Hey, take the rest of the day off." The guy pops the pills back, drinks a little bit of the water, and walks out.
Did he just pull a Gregory House?
That would be the doctor taking the pills. This is more of Gregory House having absolutely no, regard for medical practice. or having a great regard for medical practice and instead treating the employees as patients as well.
Gotta maintain the
The
mental,
feel when
the
he has
mental
a
health.
fake medical license.
Gotta maintain
Though, I
the
mean, I
mental
guess
health of
technically
everyone.
in the eyes of the Mechanicus, this would be the Gregory House of Mechanicus.
He's medical mafia, dude. What else would he do?
If anybody asks, I gave him a good pep talk and sent him to bed. I say to someone who's probably not paying attention anyway.
You talking to me?
There's your
Good
answer.
man. Good man.
That's okay. I don't see any abuse of drugs in this sector of the whatchamacallit we're on. Floating thing. Yeah, that sounds right.
Well, other than
Sorry.
that, go back to making sure that any documentation I have to write up for the patients I've been treating
All
is
right.
being filled out.
All right, and so we return back to Keith, Gums, Mad Marker, Alarian, and Cal. Oh, and Pack. The epic duel of Gums sitting down on the ground because he can't stay on his feet because they hurt too much. And I'm guessing Keith Garrett or somebody else.
Hey, I'm up for a brawl against Gums. Fighting on my knees.
Wait, I'm on the ground, not my wheelchair.
No, you're out of your wheelchair now.
Why?
Because you can't fight in your wheelchair.
Why?
Cavalry?
Fine, Gums, you're fighting in your wheelchair.
Good, thank you.
Give him a broom as a lance.
He doesn't get a lance.
We should follow the traditional
He also doesn't know how to use a lance.
I pointed at the
So?
enemy.
So it's like the army. You give them something that you don't know how to use. Then say, "Oh wait, you don't know how to use it. Take it away."
All right. Why don't you guys roll me some weapon skill checks? Except Gums, you roll with a -10 because you're in a fucking wheelchair.
Well, you made a success. That's the important part.
You made half a success.
Exactly.
I'll roll mine then.
Okay.
Dang.
I
Would you like to re-roll either one of you?
No, I'm comfortable.
I will.
Okay.
Let's see how bad I fail harder this time.
Keith almost got beat by a cripple.
Yep,
Keith
I did.
Yeah.
by a
Fuck!
cripple.
So,
Good. Fighting on my knees sucks, apparently.
so, all right. I don't even know how to fucking narrate this. How does this happen? Damn it, Keith!
I don't know.
Quick, Keith. Use the mode of possibility. It's your only option.
Would you like to use the mode of possibility?
No.
Okay.
No. How about we just kind of segue this to where Keith's just sitting off on the side, just
So, here's what happens.
ashamed of himself.
Here's what happens.
I rolled Keith over.
Keith like begins trying to like approach you on his knees, trying to give you a half a chance. Gums, being the dirty fighter that he is, because he is a ratling, basically, he basically rolls the chair back a little bit to make a little bit of negative momentum, and then thrusts himself forward and launches his tiny little body at Keith, kind of like a bowling ball. Except this bowling ball is about 120 pounds that just sits on your fucking chest, Keith.
Alright, shut up, y'all. Don't make me get my hands up there to strangle you.
All right, roll me some other weapon skill tests, guys. Let's see if you guys can get yourself out of this.
I
You
don't have
gotta
to
be
roll
kidding
mine.
me.
Wait, I don't have to roll -10 because I'm no longer on the chair, right?
Yeah, you don't have to roll with a -10. No.
Feel harder, feel harder. Yes.
Oh, wait,
Alright.
wait, can I fade? Let me fade.
Yeah, you guys.
Oh, no.
You can fade.
Oh my god.
It's not gonna.
Please get worse, please get worse.
Oh God!
Okay, I feel better now.
All right, so, so Gums, you managed to score, like in your head, you managed to score like a decent hit. You're like, yeah, fuck yeah, until you realize that you basically just completely eliminated all of your fighting ability. As Keith, being strong enough to bench press 120 pounds because he's a human, basically lifts you up and tosses you out of the ring.
Gum screamed as he's
Gums,
airborne.
Gums slams into Pack, which is basically like slamming into a wall.
Pack attempts to catch this tiny moving cannonball.
Roll me an agility check, Pack. Roll with the plus 20. It's not hard to catch him. It's like catching a baseball.
Plus 20.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, Keith. This totally wasn't a rigged fight.
Bring it back up to go handle recruit.
The
Gums,
fact that
Gums, you're
Wait,
flying.
hold on.
You're flying at a not so fast velocity, but still flying, and then all of a sudden you go, boom, and are caught by the gigantic fucking hands of Pack.
hold on. So when you describe Gums as a basketball, the first thing I start thinking is an ogre and just bonks him on the floor like what do you call it?
Dribble.
Not juggling, dribbling. Yeah, Gums getting dribbled. It's a very funny mental image.
Yeah.
At which point I now toss comes back into the ring.
Oh, okay. So, Gums,
Oh
you
my
get tossed
God.
back into the ring, and are basically now like you basically impacted into the sand of the ring.
Jesus Christ.
You're dirty, a little bit bruised. Your feet really hurt.
Am I sick from being tossed about twice?
Roll me a toughness check.
Mm-mm.
You're a little nauseous. You're a little nauseous. Not bad. You can basically kind of like breathe your way through it.
Gums just struggles to get to get to his feet, then complains that his feet hurts a lot.
All right. Keith and Gums, would you like to go for a third bout?
Yep. Keith looks over at Gums. Another shot? Or you calling it good because you're looking all okay, here we go. Oh,
Go straight into it.
All right.
and
I don't like.
All right.
No, that's cheap. Never mind. No, that's cheap. I was gonna say I like to fade to pass that. Never mind, that's what cheap was.
and it wouldn't have worked anyway.
I got 1.9. No, it's 0.9.
Yeah.
I'm bad at math.
It's okay. So, Gums basically, like, kind of steadies himself. So he kind of, like, goes trying to charge at Keith. And Keith basically picks him up and drops him back on the ground. Because it's a ratling. And it's small. It's like being attacked by a child.
The suicide grunt charges.
Yes.
Hard to see
Yes.
why Amy likes you so much. You're adorable, Gums. He just pats him on the head.
Adorable and frightening.
At range, I'll give you that.
Cal?
Gums forfeits. He taps his sand.
Okay. Cal, would you like to weigh in on
What just happened?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay. With the bouts being finally over, you guys are basically left to your own devices for the rest of the night.
Nurse, take me to the infirmary.
There is no nurse. There is only the chair.
Gums weakly crawls to his chair.
It's only the chair.
Are you going to? Are you
Fine,
going
if
to
there's no
pitifully?
nurse, I'll become my nurse.
Are you going to pitifully make your way back up to the Medicaid area?
Well, first I need to figure out how I'm going to climb a chair.
It's not hard.
Isn't it bigger than me? Like,
It's not. It's bigger than you, yeah, but it's not.
It's also on wheels. It's also on wheels. And
Okay,
Gums is
cool.
heavy.
Roll me a acrobatics check.
User joined your channel.
Apologies.
God bless. Oh. On God.
Okay. It's a little harrowing, but you make your way back up into the chair, back into the seat. You, however, do not really. You're not going anywhere right now. You're just sitting in the seat.
Gum claps his hands. Minions! To the infirmary! And realizes his minions are not there.
Your minions are nowhere to be found.
Hmm.
Correction. Your comrades are nowhere to be found.
What's the difference?
Gums, there is none.
Exactly. Gums. Well, with no other choice, Gums, dusty and nasty, attempts to wheel his way back to the infirmary.
You assume the plank position once again and begin to slowly make your way to the Medicaid area of the ship. All of you are here to bear witness to this. All of you that let this happen, all of you have sat there idly and watched.
It's okay. It's the exercise.
Hold on, let's be clear here. This is a good thing.
I'm just saying, this all happened, and you all watched.
Congratulations,
Even Pac.
you did a good thing.
Even Pac, who is usually the nicest out of all of you.
So far, anyway.
That's horrifying.
Little unfunny.
Yeah,
A
it is.
horrifying comment.
I am a strong, independent ratling, and I need no minion.
Pat, taking pity on Gums, actually walks over, picks him up, and carries him and the wheelchair like a piece of luggage, and starts making his way to the infirmary.
Gums, you're flying!
Wait, what?
Gums, you're flying! He basically just picked you up like a fucking mama,
Oh God.
like a mama dog in her pup, and it's just like carrying you.
Christ.
Gum holds on.
About
Gum
five.
enjoys the lack of exercise in his muscles.
About 5 minutes later, Pat, you kind of hear as some thudding on the ground is heard, and you see a big Ogren with a tiny little ratling, literally in tow, holding him by like the scruff of his shirt and everything. Drops the rattling on the ground, and it looks at you with a smile as though he did something good.
Oh,
Thank you, minion.
that's
Gum rubs himself as he fell.
well. That's where the rattling went. How are
Doctor,
your-
I've been beaten and bruised, and I know I need more help. Where's my minions? They should be helping me.
You see them; they're all laid up in bed.
Wake them up. I need to punish them. Or scorn them. I need to scorn them.
That is not possible at the moment. They are resting. Nurse, can you help this fellow back into his bed?
A nurse basically
Wait.
picks him up and drops him in a bed.
Is that the
Why
tiny
are you
Steve?
dropping me?
You would see this, Frank. It's Tiny Steve.
It's tiny Steve. Hey, medic man,
Yes.
come over here for a second.
I'll head on over. What do you need, Frank?
This is how you fix a Steve. And I'd pull a crack grenade from the ventilator.
Oh, dear.
Oh God. Are you pulling the pin of the crack grenade?
No,
Okay.
He's not.
but I'm still gonna chuck it at him.
Roll me a. Did we say it was a ballistics or weapon skills, guys? I think we said ballistics, right?
Regardless, ballistics.
Throwing
I think.
Yeah.
grenade
All right.
is ballistics, I believe.
Roll me a ballistics check, Steve. Right, Frank. Fuck.
Any modifications?
It is a bit bigger than what
It's
he's
a big
used to, I
grenade
think.
for a small
It's a
guy.
pretty big grenade. Roll me a strength check first. No modifications. Okay.
Good thing he's got the muscle mass for it.
That's about right.
You're not chucking this one-handed, but you do toss it like a volleyball. Roll me a ballistics check.
My
Swish.
God.
Gums.
Gobi.
Gums?
Yeah. Well, no, there's no way Gums is dodging that. He has no working feet.
Okay.
That he's not expecting a giant, starry-sized crack grenade. Oh no! To be launched in this direction. No, he's getting clonked.
Okay. Gums. Whack!
My wounds
You
slowly get worse.
you lose one wound. You're now unconscious.
Yes, I'm back to critical.
That's how
Huh.
you fix a Steve. Thank
Yeah,
you for coming to my Frank
TED
talk.
Wait, does it bounce off? It's just knocks Gums off the bed.
That's how you usually interact with each other.
Only the midget. He once tried to make us all eat a crab claw from a Damonette thing.
Achilles, does Gums just knocked off the bed, or does it just clunk off his head?
No, it clunks off your head. You're knocked out.
Oh, then you
Here's
just hear a coconut noise and Gums thunk, drops on the floor.
Coconut noise.
Yeah, coconut noise.
Bonk. Thing is how that one made one of my nurses want to reconsider their life choices. I guess I should say thank you.
You're welcome.
But in the future, please let me handle the medical procedures for the fun here.
Oh, just think of me as your assistant when it comes to the tiny Steve.
Fixing
But-
Steve.
Fixing the Steve.
I'm gonna head over and make sure nothing in his head actually got broken. Make sure there's no cracks in his skull.
I mean, he
Wait
has
a second.
he has a
Doctor,
yes.
I forgot to pull the pin. Damn.
Probably
Maybe next time. Wait, I still got 4 more. Hold on, I have an idea.
Please do not toss any more grenades in my infirmary.
Is that what these are? Oh, I thought they were pillows.
Where do you come from that pillows are like this?
Oh, well, one of my pillows is a giant golden axe thing. That's a level 2 pillow.
Aha. I grew up on a world where we chased animals down with sticks, but you're a little trash for even me.
I have the Primarch's pillow.
What is the Primarch's pillow?
It's like a giant pillow, man. It makes a really good sheath for the golden axe pillow.
Maybe one day I can see it, but for the time being, why don't you go ahead and get some rest while I tend to the unconscious little man and the grenade now on the ground.
By the way,
so
while the
that
whole
was-
time that they're talking, Pack has walked over, picked up the crack grenade, and is patting Gums, going, "Sleep tight."
Wait, what?
What's this
What-
giant
what
thing?
did you say?
Oh my
not
gosh,
really-
it's a giant Steve!
I'm gonna thank you. What is your name, big fellow?
Me, Pack.
Nice to meet you, Peck. I'm Pat.
Pack and Pat.
Oh, god damn it.
Thank you for bringing Gums here back. I'm gonna look for the nearest shiny thing I can give the Ogren.
There's
Cut
plenty.
himself.
There's
I'm just
plenty.
gonna give him like
Just give him a nice silverware.
You just want to give him a
Some
surgical tray?
tongs.
yeah, I'll give him a surgical tray that's probably
Okay.
not needed.
Pack, you receive small for you, but very shiny tray. It's silver. It gleams in the light. It's pretty.
Can I see my own reflection in it?
Yes, you can.
Alright. Thank you. Goes and sits in a corner and just stares at his own reflection. He's probably Pat has never seen his own reflection.
Okay.
All you can hear is him muttering nonsense to himself like he's talking to somebody.
So you
Two app
that
humans and a
Tiny
strange
man.
regular human in one day.
yes.
Quite eventful.
Let's see. So yeah, you get that to deal with now, Pat. Meanwhile,
Katyok's first interaction was with Frank, of all people, a ratling, and
Now the
Ogren.
I mean, the Ogrins are not terrible.
No, it's
just
easy to deal with.
childish.
it's easy to deal with.
Yeah.
It's easy to deal with, but at the moment the rat is unconscious.
Uh,
Because one of the patients threw a frag grenade.
crack grenade actually.
Hucked a crack grenade
What
in
did I
his
say?
head. You said frag.
Oh, whoops.
Question, Achilles. As it's a started crack grenade, would it technically be Ogren proof?
It can be wielded by an Ogren with no minuses or no checks to strength. Ogren proof. It can't be used as a weapon by you in a or a melee weapon by you, but you could probably use it as a frag grenade if you can figure out how to use it.
That's gonna be fun.
Meanwhile, back at the I guess you can call it the training area, Alarian, Cal, Keith, and Mad Marker. What are you guys up to?
Definitely not laughing at gums.
Well, at least
Altogether.
that's the official statement.
Yeah.
Unofficially, we're dying.
Yeah, we're all.
Oh, crap.
Uh,
Okay, that laugh fest is over. What time is it?
It's let's see.
In-game
Probably
time.
yeah, it's probably close to time, like nighttime, like 8-9 o'clock.
All right. Don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna grab something real quick from the chow hall. Hit the sack.
Well, that's a good idea since we know Gums won't be cooking. It's probably safe.
Fair enough.
The chow hall today is actually serving seafood. For those of you who are not aware or don't remember, Orbita is actually an ocean world, and the Crusade itself has been, as you all also know, has been taking on a lot of food in preparation for movement to its next location. With all that being said, the meal today is a form of kind of lobster-like creature that has been basically dredged from the deep, served with a nice starch wafer and a number of kelp-like greens, in a way, or what passes for kelp on this planet. Most of all, it smells fresh, so it is a step above the usual grub that you guys are fed. And holy
Hey,
shit,
fish sticks.
roll me a perception check.
Coming up. Nuts.
nuts.
You didn't see any, so you didn't really think to ask. But it does taste really, really good. Actually, it's quite edible.
Yeah, he's just gonna go for like a half serving over things and just
Okay.
I guess a nightcap or a midnight snack before bed or something. I don't know
Sure.
which one it is.
Nightcap is a drink, but midnight snack
Right.
works.
Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else? Mad marker?
I'll take a normal size and sit down.
Okay. The food is quite delectable. It's much better than what you guys are usually fed, and a nice reprieve from the typical gruel that you guys are fed. Or assorted gruels, should I say. Anybody else? Alrighty. As nighttime takes all of you, you each find way back to your own sleeping areas, whether it's in the barracks or whether it's in your own quarters. Peck is entertained by his reflection for a while until he falls asleep in the corner of the Medicaid area.
God damn it.
And no one is capable of moving him out without the assistance of superhumans, which are not readily available to just move an Ogren.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody really thinks that it's a good idea to move him anyway. Frank falls asleep, satisfied by his work on Gums, and Gums stays asleep. Or unconscious, sorry I say. The Astartes, who do not require sleep in the same manner as humans do, Vakin stays up, continuing his research into the Tyranid threat, and Tiger. Oh, go ahead.
So I assume I have plenty of Astartes equivalent monster, you know?
Well, not even that. You're able to just switch what hemisphere of the brain that you're using.
It's called built-in monster, I get you.
Yeah. And Tiger, you didn't really highlight on what you're doing for the rest of your day.
Alright, here's the question.
Yeah?
By the end of the day, is my armor spotless?
Who did you have working on it?
I went over to the forge and had a tech priest do the major stuff while I just work on the paint and fix some small ones.
He's painting models, but in real life.
Let's see.
Oh, I need to read out of my demon book again.
Yeah, because that phrase doesn't sound concerning at all.
I didn't stutter.
I would say that your armor's not spotless yet. It took some serious damage. But it is repaired. The cracks and seams that have been created in the ceramite have been filled. The paint is mostly finished, but it's still not back to the splendor that it's famous for, should we say.
Alright. I can work on it later. If that doesn't take the whole day, I'm just into the night practice hitting things with my Crosius.
You practice on a number of different Astartes, and you find that your skills are still right where they are. Still sharp.
Not good enough.
Not good enough. Okay. You hit more Astartes aspirants even harder. You find that their weak flesh is not a suitable challenge for your skill, so you go to find other brothers who don't cower away from you, but they're not super enthusiastic about being whacked on by a space marine who's been around for long enough to have trained next to the Primarch.
It's only light training. Come on, the power field's off. What do they have to fear?
I don't know, Tiger. How often do you like it in the head and chest and arms with a very heavy-handed ball?
I mean, hey, it's if they improve.
um, they can't tell you no, but they're not enthusiastic about it. Um, but even you find your way back to your quarters, and you find a mostly peaceful rest. The next morning comes, and each one of you, um, having been left on leave and not having been given any specific instructions, are more or less left up to your own devices once again. Um, we'll start with Kaladin, and yeah, we'll start with Kaladin first.
All right. I would like to use the Nexus and just look up news and such and see if there's any kind of goings on that we can use down below. And specifically, I would like to keep tabs on what is happening in the Underhive if possible.
Okay. The Underhive is desolate. There is no news to be had.
Is that out of the ordinary?
Yeah.
Interesting.
There are no signals going to and from the Underhive at all. Gang wars have stopped without any word of what's going on. The typical reports of depravity and, uh, other seedier styles of life have more or less gone quiet. It is in line with what you guys have seen when you're down there. A desolate, vacant space.
Can I see where the liquid was coming from?
No.
Okay.
There are no souls in the Underhive to be able to tell you that.
Okay. That's it for now. I'll let you know.
Mad Marker.
I am going to try and get a hold of Falcon.
Okay. Vakin, are you accepting calls at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. You receive a comm chime from Mad Marker.
Send message.
Good morning, Apothecary. Did you happen to find anything interesting regarding the sludge?
I've been mourning already. I've been working on it. I've already presented the information to the Closark, and I expect it to be given during the next briefing. Would you like a briefing yourself? Is that what you're asking for?
Please, so that I can try and figure out what we're dealing with, at least.
Information I'm going to give you is limited. Some information. Sorry to downgrade you, Guardsman, but it's not for your ears. Though, have you ever had any experience with the Tyranid species?
A little. I know they like to eat planets and people.
Do you have any knowledge of how they operate?
Shoot the large ones.
In the same sense as a chain of command would, on the bestial scale, they actually have more control over their underlings. Besides, as you know, how you have issues with a rattling, not following your orders. That doesn't exist with the Tyranid species, as they have direct control, in one way or another, over it. In the same sense of that creature we are facing, that I believe you witnessed at the lab, from what we have gathered, is in the same way controlling these mutants. Another sense of that sludge is what you were directly inquiring about. Is in the same sense a form of, how do I describe it in low Gothic? Building blocks or clay that this creature is using in one way or another to make these mutants, or what we believe to be using to do so.
Would there be a way to sabotage the clay then?
That's just what we are working on now and what we've been working on for a while. In fact, if I do not get anything shortly, I'm about to inquire for all non-active personnel to involve themselves in this.
Okay, well, thank you for the information, Apothecary. If you do find anything regarding this ledger, or a way to counteract it before our next briefing, please send a messenger or something like that.
I'll just contact you directly. I have your communications line. In the future, any other questions you can direct to the Clusiarch. If he had remembered anything I stated, he'll get to it shortly. With the lock speed closing.
Box clicks, and you have a deadline.
Okay, I'm going to go to the RSM's office, pound on the door until he wakes up, and then tell him about what I learned.
Okay. He's not here right now, unless...
I know, so I was just...
Okay. He was supposed to come in. He was supposed to come in today,
He's-
but it's okay. Yeah. You brief him. He grunts, and you assume that he's caught up to date. If he comes in, he can roleplay that if you want. Otherwise, anything else?
No.
Okay. Easily enough. Moving on to Mr. Keith Garrett.
So it's the morning after?
This is the morning after.
Okay.
Do you need to take your morning after pill?
No.
Okay.
I do.
I'm sure you do, but then again, you read the demon book, so
Yeah,
you kind of do.
right?
I need to.
Yeah.
It's part of
Anywho,
his homework, yes.
Oh, we didn't roll for that. Do you want to, Achilles?
I don't think you can gain any more benefit from reading the same book.
Fair enough. I need to get a different book. I need to learn how to read High Gothic, then get a different book, and then accidentally summon a Bloodthirster.
Yes, that's what you need to do.
Raises his
Make Tiger
eyebrow,
happy.
I
gets
need
ready,
it.
lightning claws.
I'm looking to make a new party, so yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Anywho. Let's see, after the usual routine of breakfast and such.
You guys are provided with salmon and what passes for eggs in the Imperial Guard.
Nice.
Mixed, but not the worst in the world.
Real
And-
salmon, fake eggs.
Wait, real as an actual salmon?
I mean, the planet's version of salmon.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Well,
it's still saying something, man. I enjoy me a good.
It's
salmon.
real,
That's-
like, here, let's put it this way. Real fucking fish meat that mimics salmon and fake fucking eggs.
Yeah, I guess.
Still
It's got two tails.
It's the good old powdered eggs, you know?
Hey, they're not the worst ones.
I've
But
had
anyway.
far worse. I've had far worse.
Keith is gonna just kind of listen to the background chatter in the mess hall, and once he's done with his food, just kind of do the same thing throughout the guard section of the shift, try and get an idea of how the rest of the regiment's feeling or doing about this situation. Shall we call it?
Nice. All right, yeah. Roll me. Let's take a look at your stat sheet here. Where is...
Awareness is the same as perception since I've only got it known rather than trained. But as soon as the class, as soon as we get a chance to do a proper class shift, I can start investing in that.
So this is This is an awareness test. However, this is not an awareness test based out of your perception of the room, but more or less your ability to kind of talk to other troopers, listen in, and understand kind of some of the stuff that's going on. So roll
So
me
fellowship based.
Yeah, roll me a awareness based out of fellowship.
Coming up. Ouch. Screw it, I'll fade it.
Okay.
All because I didn't fail hard enough. I got nothing.
Most of the talk. So I mean, you don't. It's not like you don't learn anything. It's just may not be anything of value. So what you hear is a lot of talk about how the front line is being reinforced, that there may be something big coming up on the horizon, but they don't know. It's a lot of unknowns that are going on. And you hear guys talking about, oh man, we're going to be attacking the Underhive. Oh man, we're attacking fucking, they're still talking about mutants. They don't know what you guys know. They haven't actually fully faced them. All they faced is these, kind of like these frontline troops. They haven't actually seen what's been going on. And it's a lot of bravado. If there is one thing that the Primarch has done well, it's he has created a fighting force that believes itself to be able to engage, destroy, and do anything that it wants to do. And it is heavily reflected in the line of the Guardsmen. Strangely enough, reorganizing the Imperial Guard, dissolving the regiments as Imperial Guard regiments, and recreating them back into the Imperial Army, has separated a lot of the lines of, I'm Catachan, therefore I fight Catachan style, or just because I come from this world and you come from this world, we don't share, we're Imperial Guard, but that's all we are, kind of a deal. A lot of that has been dissolved away and recreated into, we are the Imperium, and nothing we can, there's nothing we can't do. No. So, as free knowledge here, you have not heard of any spread of the word of the Kraken. The gatekeeper that you guys fought has gone pretty much, unknown to anybody.
Nice.
Maybe the upper echelon knows about it simply because you had to tell them, but otherwise, you guys seem to be the only ones who know about it.
Business as usual in the Imperial Guard. As he's passing by, every time he hears someone going on about shooting mutants, he'd pipe up, say, pack something heavier just in case.
A lot of the guardsmen, who, I mean, you guys have, and I mean, we're kind of explaining this to the new guys here, but as players, you guys should understand, like, you guys are kind of like, maybe not rock stars just yet, but you guys are pretty known throughout the ranks. Everybody kind of knows about your squad, not only because you're a squad that's made up of a number of different facets of the Imperial Army, but you guys are also the guys who are sent in first. You're the guys that have all the super hush hush jobs. You're kind of like the Green Berets of the Imperial Army.
So people think you're cool.
Yeah, everybody pretty much
good.
thinks you guys are pretty cool.
Okay, good.
Everybody knows that Gums is an asshole, but they still think he's pretty. They know him and they think he's pretty cool. Like, he's an asshole, but he's still kind of cool because he gets to do all the cool jobs. This is for free knowledge for the Astartes. This is also kind of the same for the Astartes. You guys were already iconic amongst your own ranks. You're just simply, it's further enforced now by the fact that you guys have the personal attention of the Primarch, and you guys have been sent on seemingly incredibly dangerous missions and yet are still allowed to keep your command and all that. So, anything else, Keith?
Let's see, after that little bit of advice, common sense advice at this point, let's not kid ourselves here. Keith's gonna...
Common sense for you, not so much for them.
Yeah, perhaps. But anyway, Keith's definitely gonna start working on unarmed combat, if not with Caladan, then on his own.
Okay. It's something that you're going to continue to work on. Unarmed combatant or unarmed master is going to take
unarmed
a while.
warrior specifically.
Sorry, unarmed warrior. Won't take quite as long as unarmed master, but it will take a while.
Yeah, I figured that much.
We'll think of a way to be able to give it to you over the course of a time, but it will be something that you can work towards. Let's see. Since that group is already together, let's talk about Gums, Frank, Pat, and Pack. Pat, you arrive at work to see a waking up Gums and Frank, and they're...
No, Gums is faking a concussion, so he has an excuse to stay in.
Oh, okay, excuse me. Gums fakes a deep amount of confusion and a lapsing consciousness and unconsciousness. Frank has the dumb smile on his face as he wakes up. Steve looks perturbed, per usual. And Gums's quote-unquote minions all look at Gums with a serious stink eye and disdain. Pack is... Well, what's Pack doing? Let me just start from there. Is he still looking in the mirror, or has he been bored with that and is now...
He's got bored of that, and he's kind of chucked that across the room.
Oh, okay,
like
cool.
a child.
So
it's kind of slid under one of the beds, medical beds somewhere.
Okay. What's Pack up to now?
He's got up, and he's kind of just standing over Gums, going, "It's time to get up." Just kind of poking him.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because he thinks he's just messing about.
He probably is, but
yeah,
you don't
Pat
know
doesn't know that.
Yeah, Pat doesn't. Pack doesn't know that. So Pack is like poking. You see Pack, this gigantic fucking ogren, and again, large for an ogren, which I cannot stress that enough, is basically just poking at the tiny little ratling.
All right, I'm gonna head over to there. What's wrong with him, Peck?
He won't get up. He refused to get up.
Huh. Well, I'm gonna see. Does he look like he's like actually hurt?
So,
or like, actually unconscious?
You do not have a stupid team, right? Your team is pretty well adept, and you are very well equipped for even for a Medicaid section. It seems as the Primarch has spared no expense on his Gloriana-class battleship and the Medicaid chamber that you currently staff.
Right.
Your Pulse Oximeter reads a standard readout for a rattling, a proper heart rate, a proper blood oxygen level, and a proper respiration. By all intents and purposes, he probably is okay.
Huh. Well,
Gums sticks his tongue out and imitates a possum.
Since he seems to be unable to wake up, Pack, would you mind holding him down for me? Since I'm going to take the opportunity, since he's completely unconscious, to do some procedures that, thank God,
Gums
he was awake.
Quick. No, you're not. Gums just sits up quick and points at the what is it? Genitor. And he kind of points accusingly at them. No, you're not. You need my consent. And I do not.
When will people learn that consent does not matter when you're here?
At this point, Pack is
Medical
looking
mafia.
between Pat and Gums with his hands kind of in a position ready to push Gums back down, looking kind of slightly unsure.
So it seems you are awake then, Gums.
Wait. Gum goes back to imitating a dead possum.
Well, might as well take a look at his burns. I'm gonna go to remove his bandages and see how they're doing. If they're almost finished healing, or not finished healing, but close enough to where he can actually walk.
You're finally awake. You were injured while you were fighting a tentacle monster. Same with us. And that's Steve over there.
Roll me a Medicaid check. With any bonuses that you have.
This is where I judge you, Majors.
Any questions?
There you go. Good boy.
Yeah, he's his feet are actually healing well, surprisingly. Surprisingly, very surprisingly, actually. They're a little dirty, but there's no sign of infection or sepsis.
Alrighty.
You could probably just change the bandages to be okay.
Yep. I will administer a light numbing salve to the most affected areas, and then reapply the bandages.
Gums, you can no longer feel your feet. They're numb.
Nice.
Gums kind of looks on, kind of breaks character to look on his toes. I can't feel my toes. I can't feel my toes.
Don't worry, your toes are still there. But I recommend you do not attempt to walk just yet.
Oh, so I can just wait here all day.
That's your choice.
I may have miscalculated. May have applied too much. But you should only have a couple more days of your time here, so you might as well make the most of it. And I'll glance over at his quote-unquote minions. I think you guys might need to talk to each other, and I'm gonna make my way away from him to go to Frank.
All right, so Frank is across the room. I mean, not super far away, but far enough away where you don't have to talk to Gums anymore.
User in your channel timed out.
Oh.
That's its own reward.
Goodbye, user.
Oh, okay. Breezy's mobile is still here.
Palace power.
Nice.
Oofers.
Well, I'm not going to say you are right in throwing a grenade at that fellow.
Wait, he did what?
Say now.
That's what. Oh yeah, we already had that conversation.
Wait. He threw a what?
You can't hear me, Gums.
I threw a pillow.
Wait, sensitive. Okay, all right.
Well, I can't say I agree. I can understand why. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Good.
Can I walk?
Were you able to before?
I think.
Yeah, he has he doesn't have any broken bones. He's just like there's a lot of internal injuries and stuff.
Yeah, those will take a little bit longer to heal, but I'll help him get out of bed so we can see if he's walking okay. Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I help Frank up.
Frank can actually walk. He has the capability of doing so. He's in pain, but it's manageable with the proper amount of narcotics and good medical treatment.
Oh my. By the fate of the Emperor. I can walk! I can walk! It's a miracle. Oh wait, I could already walk beforehand, I forgot. That's how you get around with my legs.
You're doing that.
Oh yeah.
Grown man forgets how to walk.
Did that midget just say something? Does it need another pillow without its pin?
That won't be necessary.
Where's my
Frank,
gun?
how about we go for a walk so you can stretch your legs out?
Did you say walk?
Oh dear.
Is Frank
Yes.
a dog?
Walk! Let's go for a walk!
All right, let's go find some of your friends. Hey,
no,
Pat,
no,
keep
no,
an
no,
eye on.
no, just follow me. Just follow me. It's time to walk.
Oh
Pat,
no.
keep an eye on Gums for me.
Okay.
Wait, what's his name?
Continues to
Pat?
poke Gums.
I'll walk with Frank out of the infirmary.
So Gums has plans of his own. He kind of tries to push away the finger. Hey, big guy. I'm feeling a bit hungry. What about you?
I missed that, like, a section of that.
Yeah, my
YouTube,
dog. Yeah,
barking.
sorry. And it's still going. Hold on.
Okay.
Cool.
I mean, you could try to push away the finger of the. You could try to push away the finger of the big ogre, but you know, it's an ogre.
Yeah, so Gums tries
I'm
to
sorry,
Gums
Peters.
tries to push. My dog. I'm sorry.
Oh, I know how you feel, don't worry.
I have no control over it unless you want me to snuff it.
Nah. No.
Yeah, so Gums tries to push away the finger. Like, hey, big guy, I'm kind of hungry. How about you?
Pat hungry. Pat need food.
Yeah, food. You know where we can get some food? The mess hall. Gon kind of snaps his fingers and kind of reaches his hand in a way, in a kind of pick me up kind of way. Let's go to the mess hall.
Oh my god, are you doing the baby pick me up?
Pat literally is gonna pick him up like a duffel bag and just put him under his arm.
Wait!
But he's not picking him
Gon
up
kinda
with his head facing forward. He picked him up the wrong way around.
Wait, what?
So you're facing backwards.
Oh no! Either way, Gon points forwards to the mess hall.
Pac starts walking towards what he believes the mess hall will be.
Gon just sticks
Roll
his
me.
tongue out at his comrades as he leaves his big comrade now. Big minion.
Pack, roll me a surface navigate.
It's gonna be awful.
Oh, it is. This is going to be glorious.
Can't wait for 3 hours of walking once again.
-9.
Yeah, it's true.
He's an ogre.
Wait. Can I do a surface navigate?
No.
No.
You're in a wheelchair. Shut up.
You're not even in a wheelchair.
Pointed-
Being carried.
Surface navigate pointing backwards.
He's still a cripple. No, that's
So
-9.
Gums is too.
Against organism adventure.
Gums is too pleased with being picked up and carried like a duffel bag. And Pack, very, very proud of being able to help a friend, or at least, you know, a comrade, is making his way to the excuse me, I was about to say defact. I guess, yeah, the dining facility. Except he's going the wrong way. And on the city-sized ship that is the Gloriana-class battleship, the Emperor's Endowment, going the wrong way at -5 degrees of failure is not helpful. As you find yourself ending up in the Astartes section of the ship, with plenty of other big, big umis.
Lots of big ones, yeah.
Yeah, their food's not really good. I think you went the wrong smell.
Oh no.
The
Ogrins
food
do
here
not.
isn't really good.
Ogrins do not navigate based on smell. Ogrins navigate based on feeling.
Gon doesn't know that. Gon assumes everybody navigates by smell.
And
And concerns the food.
you do see some of them have like food trays and stuff like that, and are unhelmed. But for the most part, They're all helmed, all armored, and all just walking around. Some of them glance at you, but they've grown accustomed to being interrupted by humans and just let it go.
They
Meanwhile,
bring a pack. This is not
the
the place you want to be.
Tiger, you see a big ass fucking Ogren standing in the middle of the Astartes section of the ship. He has a familiar sight of an ass with wriggling feet.
I'll see where this goes.
Pat, do you remember what you're doing here?
No.
Roll me an intelligence check, Pat.
It's already happened.
That's actually surprisingly not as bad as we thought it would be.
That's true, yeah.
She had a possibility of success.
11 is what you need. Ooh.
It's possible.
Yeah, 10% chance. That's better than most of the party.
Pat, what were you doing here again? Nah, it's okay. You don't even remember that you're carrying a fucking living being. You just start walking around exploring this new cool place that you found.
No, minion, the other way. No, not that way. The other way. No.
All right, I think now it's a good time to get up and walk over.
Okay.
And Gon just tries to get.
You get out of your throne, Tiger. Because you do have a throne as you overlook the training of other Astartes and making sure that people are actually, being disciplined space marines. This, however, is unsettling.
This is very unsettling. I'm gonna walk over to the Hogren that is carrying Gums, just wandering around.
Pack, you're met by a friend. He has a skull for a face. That's weird.
Oh boy.
Hello, woman with skull.
Gums, who are you riding?
Who's that? Gon tries to kind of bend around the massive arm.
Pack at
To
this
see
point looks
who's
down
talking.
and kind of has an expression of confusion at this thing that he has under his arm.
Oh my god.
I don't remember carrying this.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry, you do not remember you were carrying Gums around.
You are familiar with Ogren, Tiger.
Look, just because I know they're stupid doesn't mean I'm shocked that he didn't know there was a small thing wriggling around his body.
The way you phrase that, Jesus Christ, it me sound like a xenomorph.
You act like one. That's beside the point entirely. What are you doing in this section of the ship?
Pack has now moved him from under his arm, is holding him in both hands and just holding him facing Tiger.
Gums is suspended like a little teddy bear thing.
Hey, wait.
He kind of looks around. Well, you see, that wasn't part of my plan. I think that my big pack here is kind of lost, and me with him. See, I was looking for a mess hall, but not this place because your food sucks, and it has sucks.
You flash back.
So if Pack can just turn around and go to the exit, so we can go to an actual place of actual food.
I'm going to tell back, Ogren. Who is your commanding officer, if I might ask?
But not sure. Pack do what told by any person with superiority.
Right.
Gon hears that and he kind of rubs his chin and a pleased self, like he got this far. He's considered superior.
I'm
Somebody.
going to get on the comms and go, Sergeant Madmarker, are you there?
Yeah, well, what do you need, Reclusiarch?
It seems that the Squan's Rattling has found himself an Ogren and has gotten him to carry him somehow into the Astartes section of the ship.
Well, obviously they shouldn't be there, and I believe the rattling is supposed to still be in a medical.
Oh, he's supposed to be in the medical wing, is he?
I believe so.
I'm going to call the medical mafia. I mean, someone from the medical wing.
That be it to you, Pat.
Hello, Janitor Pat Valen speaking.
Greetings, this is the Reclusiarch Tiger over in the Astartes section of the ship. It seems one of your patients has found his way over into my section.
Is it the little fellow?
It is, in fact, the Rattling, and he's being carried by an Ogren.
Would you mind telling him, Pack, that is, that if he returns to the medical wing, I have another silver platter for him.
Never mind. Pack, do you know how to get to the medical wing? Are you just where you were before coming here?
I think so.
I'm gonna get back on the comms and tell Pat, who I don't know his name. Oh wait, he said his name at the beginning. I'm going to tell him, I am unsure whether the Ogren will be able to find himself towards you by himself.
I mean, I can point directions if he keeps me like this and not facing his buttocks.
User joined your channel.
Send somebody over, escort him back to the medical wing.
Yeah, that will be done. My apologies, Reclusiarch.
Come on! Gum's gonna try to twist around to look at Pack. What about food? You just have an empty stomach, right?
Keep a leash on this one.
You still have an empty stomach. I have an emptier stomach. We both need to work together to have a full stomach.
It seems that he is
Abhuman to abhuman.
unhappy with his situation as he wants food. I don't know if you're feeding him or not, but make sure he does not wander back here.
Look, you get me to a good mess hall, and you'll get third breakfast.
I'm on the phone, Rattling.
You know what?
It will be done, Reclusiarch.
Cal, you can go ahead and walk in if you want.
Okay.
You just accept the consequences if you do.
So I'm gonna walk in with Baron, and I could hear everything that was happening, right?
Not really. Not until you walk in.
Okay. So I'm gonna walk in and walk straight up to the Ecclesiarch Tiger. And I'm gonna hand him a data slate with all my findings from the Nexus. Ecclesiarch.
Reclusiarch, but what is it?
It's that draw. You just don't pronounce certain letters. Here's all my findings from the Nexus. It's not a whole ton, but hopefully we can use it in future endeavors.
Just out of curiosity, what is it on?
A data slate?
No, as in, what is the information? Like,
all the information about the happenings since we've left the surface.
Right. I will have it downloaded and disseminated into the squad and into the high command. This will go well with the report. Is there anything else?
What the hell is this? And I'm going to look to the Ogren and the Rattling riding the Ogren.
It seems that the Rattling, who was fed up with being in the medical bay on a quote-unquote an empty stomach, has had an Ogren carry him around. And somehow found his way here.
Gum snaps finger guns. That's not true. The Ogren's also hungry. I'm thinking about the both of us.
Aren't you supposed to be in a medical bay? Didn't you get your little feetsies hurt?
Yeah, I'm also hungry.
They can feed you in a medical bay, you know that, right?
Gum just kind of recoils and looks at Breezing as if he sees something like very obscene. I'll take my chances with the assault.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to the medical bay. How's that sound?
Flee, Pack! Flee!
Pack, you remember Cal.
Gum points.
Pack does not move.
Oh, God damn it.
Heck, your friend here is actually injured, and as much as he doesn't want to be there for his own good, he's gonna need to go back to that
Wait,
medical
I'm
bay.
injured, but he's helping me by not letting me walk. Objection.
You don't want to let him get injured, do you?
You know, friend, he's just interesting.
Oof. Ouch.
Pack, you also see the big kitty that follows Cal around.
Oh no.
This Pack is now leaning and staring at this kitty with a desperate urge to resist going and touching it.
The big kitty is
Kaladin.
just basically sitting next to Cal, staring at you, tail going back and forth.
Come on, big
Slowly
guy.
starts lowering Gums to the floor.
No. Come on, big Pack. Come on, Pack. Come on. And Gum kind of snaps his fingers, trying to get his attention.
How do you have such a high fellowship? Are you just bad at people?
No, I have a high fellowship rate, actually. Oh, hold on. I have a high fellowship.
Pack, why don't we
Pack
bring him
drops
back to the
Gums.
medical system?
You see, my fellowship comes from being the what is it called? The comedic, huh?
Comedic relief.
Yeah, the comedic relief. That's what my fellowship goes to.
Can
Okay,
only
you
take
certainly
you so
are
far.
funny looking.
Die.
I'm gonna take the leash off of Baron and put it on fucking Gums.
No! Gum squirms and he tries to throw off the leash.
Getting squirrely.
It's a choker.
Roll contested
Oh, dear.
strength checks.
God.
Wait, you put choker on Gums? What? Take that out of context. Oh.
Oh, God.
Well,
Yeah, it goes on. Comes, you got a leash on now. And
attached
Pack
to a
is
giant
Pack is
jungle cat.
enthralled by the pyre cat that is Baron.
At this point, while they're kind of tussling to put this on, Pack is slowly reaching for this cat. Like both hands spread out, like you want just
Wait,
like
both
wanting to
hands?
touch it.
Where's Gums?
Baron is actually
Pack.
Gums is on the floor.
Baron. Okay,
Gums
so
attempts to crawl away.
actually, let me do this real quick. No, it's not that. It's something else. What is it? Yeah, we'll just do willpower. It'll just be default. Okay. Yeah, Baron is pretty used to, is fairly used to being around groups of people. While the Ogren is a bit unsettling, he recoils just a little bit, but still allows you to pet him.
Good fluffy thing. Good. Mr. Stroking it.
Pack, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
It begins.
Pack, roll a toughness check.
It begins.
You're an abhuman and one that has an incredibly high constitution capability. Roll with a plus 10.
Let me type in.
Just type 10. Don't play it. Yeah.
No, I was trying to get it to type in, but it wouldn't actually type.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Pack, you feel a little queasy, but you pass that off as basically just being hungry.
Pack just continues to stroke this fluffy cat.
You
Doesn't
are,
even know what it is, it's just
you are
a fluffy.
unaffected otherwise. You're a fucking Ogren. You're unaffected otherwise.
Okay.
And Cal, for the first time in your life, you see somebody who is other than that's been exposed to Baron for an extended amount of time. You see for the first time in life somebody that is holistically almost completely unaffected by Baron's nausea-inducing touch.
I am impressed.
Interrogator, would you like this data slate back?
Yes, please.
Alright, I'll just download it onto a spare one and give it back.
And then I'm gonna take these guys out of here.
Jake the
I'm
Knight.
gonna over a private com between Breezy and me. I'm gonna say thank you. Please keep them away from here.
Yep. And then we're gonna go to the medical bay.
Gums can be seen folding his arms, pouting like a little baby.
I imagine Gums just being fucking dragged on his ass all the way there.
And he'll still be making that expression. Just a man-child look.
And we're going to the medical bay.
Yep. Excuse me. My food came in.
Eat faster.
I hear you.
Alrighty. So Gums is essentially dragged all the way back to the medical section of the ship, while Pack kind of like chases Baron back to the medical section of the ship, because Baron is also following Cal, who's also going back to the medical section of the ship. Pat and Frank, where did you guys walk off to, and then where did you guys end up? Or are you doing your thing again, Frank?
We took a walk.
Oh fuck! All right.
No.
I will get back to you guys.
Okay.
I'll get.
I'm not entirely sure where he's taking us, so I'm just following.
I just want to let you
Stay
know,
with him.
Pat, you just got hijacked.
Oh fuck!
You just got fucking. You got kidnapped. You're gonna get fucked. Anyway, Alarian, what are you up to? Good talk, Alarian.
Larian.
I
Right.
can't believe Alarian's fucking dead.
Oh.
Rip. Alrighty. Leaving Tiger and Vakin, you guys are kind of left to your own devices. Are you guys continuing on your path?
I want to do two different things. One of them's real quick.
All right, what's up?
So you said that for like the second day we haven't really been called upon, right?
Not yet.
I would like to try and get some accurate timeline on like when they might need us next, just to know how much time I have.
Surprisingly, that will actually be answered here in a minute. That's actually how I'm going to close out tonight's session. Anything else?
Is it just quick? Is it like a day or longer?
You guys, upon the closing of tonight's session, will be basically given the next phase of your mission.
All right. Well, I'm not going to do anything too that would take too long to get back from, but I'm going to do some trading because first of all, I'm going to ask Maximilius to basically finish up the documents and including uploading what Breezy gave me to kind of supplement the documents, as well as giving that information to the rest of the squad so that, you know, everyone has it. Cough, cough, guys.
So I already rolled for that. Maximilius finished that yesterday. All he needs to do is addendum anything that Breezy gave you.
Okay, then yeah.
Which was a whole lot of garbage.
No, I mean it's useful information for the greater scope of everything, because I mean essentially what that told you, Breezy, is that the Underhive is empty.
Yeah.
Except for bad things.
We kind of knew that though, based on just being down there. It wasn't
True.
anything new, I guess is what I'm saying.
But do you know a valuable question that you didn't ask, which you don't have? I mean, you could technically ask now, but it's not something that you could put in your report anymore. Mm-hmm. How many people was that?
Oh no.
Papa.
Da-na-na.
You know it's empty.
I'm hearing fucking like Captain Price in my head. Mission fail. We'll get him next time.
Well, no, it's not mission fail
God damn
yet,
it.
but the Hive has how many billion people? About how
Hey,
many of that
guys.
made up the Underhive?
Hey guys, why do I hear boss music?
Anyway, you know, just fun information.
Why you gotta do that, man? Why you gotta do me like that?
Is it ironic that Left 4 Dead has this major update recently?
Maybe.
Because I
Is it
assume that
ironic that
has.
you're being dragged on a dog leash?
It just occurred to me that I am on a
leashed
leash.
rat, huh?
You're literally on a dog leash right now.
I thought it was a cat.
If Christy is watching, she needs to make that fan art.
This fucking cow
I don't
dragging
think
Gums
I
with
want
his
Spirit
arms
of all people to
crossed.
draw anything related to the leashes.
Nah,
I think
whatever.
Gumsy needs a leash.
We'll get him next time.
We'll get him
But,
next time.
Anyway, so, Frank, or sorry, no, not Frank. Gums, Pack, and Cal make it back to the medical section of the ship. Pack is happily petting Baron, who has now kind of gotten used to Pack's presence. It's a little bit Lenny, but for the sake of brevity, and because I just don't feel like killing a pet just yet, I'm going to say that Pack could figure out how to not pet Baron to kill it. Does anybody else want to do anything before I head off to... Okay, go ahead, Vakken.
I had two things. One, I would have sent my armor in by Surf to get repaired by yesterday. Would that have been finished by now?
Oh, okay, so same degree to Tiger. Your armor has been patched. Fully repaired back to its resplendor, not so much. But it is back to a fully functional...
It's no longer crushing me.
It's no longer crushing you, and it may not look super ultra sexy, but it functions fully to its original status.
And the second thing you're gonna hate me for, and I hate myself because I did it earlier. Now that knowledge the session is coming close. But second, I would have requested all non-active and non-occupied Medicaid personnel to attend to the nearby apothecarians to assist in the research.
Okay.
All biologists that weren't occupied with utmost importance material, like if they were doing just standard healing, I would take them off as well to participate, and I would have called Kaladin.
Okay. Let's go ahead and roleplay that through. What would you like them to do?
For the standard like Medicays that are non-occupied with their roles, they were just assist as menials.
Okay.
To the fellow apothecaries. For any biologists that were present, I would have them and give them access to the chemical samples we collected, and if there's any knowledge they have on it or anything they could do with it to help in a research for genophage.
Okay.
And for Kaladin, do you want me to roleplay with Kaladin, or do you want me to just...
You would actually be role-playing with Kaladin and Patiok.
Yeah. Which is part of the plan.
Yeah. Frank, roll me 2d10. We'll find out what happens with you. And Patiok.
For sake of time session, do you want to...
No, I got it.
Hold off on roleplay, or we'll go ahead? All right.
No. We're not closing that quickly. I was just letting Tiger know. His answer, what's about to happen to him is going to happen to all of you guys. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an 11 again.
Kaladin.
No, it's the I need 2d10. But there's two tables
I
that
see.
he rolls to.
I see.
Okay. Not quite as exciting, Frank. You find yourself in the vehicle bay. Not the hangar, the vehicle bay. This is where all the ground vehicles are stored. You see, if you guys would like to copy, for anybody who is just curious. You see 52 different Lehman Russes inside this part of the vehicle bay. keep in mind, it takes up essentially almost the entire bottom part of the ship. In this particular bay, there are 52 Lehman Russes of varying different pattern, ranging from Executioner, Annihilator, Battle Cannon, Vanquisher, Demolisher, was it Extinguisher? No.
Exterminator.
Exterminator.
Did I say that one?
Thank you. If I didn't already say it, there's there too. Majority of the patterns of Lehman Russes, both highly scarce and uncommon to very, very common, occupy this area. There are the 3 primary variants of all the Macariuses, totaling approximately 36. There are a number of different Bane Blades, Shadow Swords, Bane Swords, what was the other pattern of Bane Blade? I fucking forgot it all.
Storm.
There's a lot.
Bane.
Of...
Stormlord's hammer.
Yeah.
Stormlords.
There's a total of 22 different Bane Blade patterns in here, as well as around about 100 chimeras and about 57 sentinels. There are also Astartes pattern vehicles in here. Far less, however. There are about 12 different Land Raiders of the 2 primary variants. There are about 20 Predator tanks, Annihilator, Executioner, and what was the autocannon variant?
Exterminator.
Thank you. I don't know why I keep forgetting that one. And about 30 rhinos. What would you like to do, Frank? Oh, by the way, Patioc is here. Patioc, it feels like you've only been walking for like 5 minutes and somehow you found your way here. You know that this section of the ship is easily an hour and a half away from the Medicaid chamber, or from the Medicaid bay.
Hey, Frank, where are we? How did we get here?
I ask myself that, like, every time I go for a walk, and I think we're in a place where they store the Steves when they go into battle. So, like, you see all those, like, big things over there? Those are operated by Steves, and they shoot Steves that they don't like. This is a war Steve facility, definitely. You want to go look around? Maybe there's a new gun.
I don't believe I could convince you to come back to the Medicaid wing with me, can I?
Well, after we find something cool, like I found these pillows here, maybe we can find something else.
If we find something else, will you come back to the medical wing with me?
Of course.
All right.
Okay.
I'll stick with him.
Let's see. What do you think we should look for?
I don't really know.
Well, think of it this way. We could look for things that go boom. Maybe someone left their thrones in one of the vehicles because pocket change falls out. Maybe we can pick up one of these cannons on one of these big metal things and drag it out with us. Then again, that might be too heavy for even me. But still, we can try. Maybe we can just take the ammo out of it. What do you think?
Whatever seems like a worthy prize to you. I will defer to your expertise in this matter. I'm not one for scrounging.
Achilles, I'm going to make a general roll check for guns with scrutiny. Just anything that I can potentially find.
Okay.
Words frank and expertise in the same sentence.
Oh,
You're saying? Okay.
What is up with these high rolls today?
So you're asking, can you find a gun? Is that what your question is?
Yes.
Frank, you find kind of a section. So this is kind of like a motor pool for the Gloriana class battleship. As somebody in the chat has commented, it is indeed about the size of a Dauntless or almost lunar class escort vessel worth of armory. Rightfully so for a vessel that's about 18 times the size of that. So, being a motor pool, it's not hard to find weapons that have been taken off of the vehicles and have been basically set aside for servicing. And you do indeed find them. There are Vanquisher cannons. There are the actual plasma cannons that are vehicle mounted. There are actual las cannons. There are actual auto cannons, similar to yours, except much bigger and much higher in caliber. And they're all kind of just staged here, being waiting for a tech priest to bless them, consecrate them, and get them ready for battle. This is a ship of war, and war is what it does very well. You can attempt to take one of these weapons.
I'm gonna grab the smallest one I see.
Let's see. Somebody want to help me out? What would be the smallest vehicle-mounted weapon that Frank could find here?
A Stormbolter or a Stubber?
Definitely a Stormbolter.
Okay, yeah. You find a Stormbolter, which is essentially like having a dual bolter, like for you, a dual heavy bolter, that basically fires twice as fast. It's pretty heavy. It's not easy to carry, but you can probably do it if you with both of you with your big fuck off uwu biceps.
Hey, medic man, pose with me and let's get this thing.
Alrighty.
All right.
Peter, you're like so fucking like.
Alrighty then.
I'm in an unfamiliar situation. I'm going with the flow.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Welcome to the party, Peters. Welcome to the party.
Make sure you grab whatever looks like it works with this thing. To make it go pew pew. What are they called? Bullets? Bullets?
You're
Bullets?
a tech priest. Pat, why don't you roll me give me a tech use check.
Okay. Any modifiers?
No, I mean you're kind of like you said, you're kind of in unfamiliar territory. I mean you don't really work on weapons all that much.
Darn.
Would you like to fate to pass?
Yes, I will fate that.
Okay. You find the ammo belt that goes to this bolter, storm bolter, should I say? It's not easy to carry, but you could probably drag it. I mean, you guys are gonna make a lot of noise, but maybe you'll get out without anybody noticing. You seem to get down here with nobody noticing.
Well, if anyone wonders, I'd say I'm bringing it back to, bringing it to the Mechanicus for repairs.
Sure.
Excellent cover story.
All right. Roll me a d10, guys, to get back.
Me or him?
Let's say Frank. All right. It takes you about. You don't know.
But
you guys make it back. As you look at the chrono on the wall, Pat, the time elapsed has been like 4 hours. It feels like less than 30 minutes.
God, that road Clusiarch's gonna kill me.
That was a great walk.
Frank, I don't know how you're. I don't know how you're going to fucking wield this, but you can add somehow to your inventory a Astartes pattern storm bolter, vehicle mounted, and 1,000 rounds of ammo. You cannot carry this. I don't know how you're going to do anything with this, but you cannot carry it because it weighs almost as much as a Space Marine. Not really, but it weighs fuck ton. And with your current load, you cannot carry this.
Would a
What we're talking
storm
about here
bolter
is
on a
based-
vehicle just be a storm heavy bolter?
It's just a pinto storm bolter.
Yeah, it's just a pinto.
It's just pinto mounted. It's literally just a storm bolter like mounted to the
Yeah.
command
We're,
seat.
we're still
I'm going
talking
to-
about a weapon that's considered the primary weapon of Terminators.
Wait a second.
Hey Frank, you want
We
to for that?
have a tech priest that knows how to upgrade guns. Do you know how to
Got
make
nothing
a
in.
wheelbarrow?
To what?
Do you know what a wheelbarrow is?
I'm aware of the technology, yes.
He calls it a technique.
What if we put this in a wheelbarrow and we cart it around?
There's actually something for that already.
There is,
We-
yeah.
What if
There's a tripod.
we have come up with a crew-served weapon using a wheelbarrow
Yes.
and a pinto-mounted weapon?
Hold on, is
Well-
this just a Russian Maxim from World War II?
Well,
Gun
unorthodox
carriage,
It's,
basically, yeah.
Essentially,
could certainly be effective if employed in battle.
let me try to find the rules for that.
I'm
Sure,
gonna
I
glance
know what we're
around
gonna
the-
need
Hammer the
today.
Emperor.
I'm gonna glance around the
Gun
infirmary.
carriage, I believe.
Is my patient back? Like,
Your patients are
Um,
back. Your patients are
thank
back. And you're all of a sudden being summoned once again to the Astartes area of the ship, by the apothecary, the chief apothecary himself.
All right. I'm going to find at least 2 nurses and tell them to not allow anybody to leave the infirmary unless escorted by a nurse,
2 orderlies
and
stand in
to
front
make
of the
sure
door,
to feed them.
and other orderlies come and bring out food for everybody.
And then I will
Is it good food?
depart my
No.
patients and tell them not to cause troubles for my orderlies.
Your food
Which may-
specifically looks like gruel. For some reason,
Oh, yeah,
Frank is given salmon and eggs.
Where's Pack? Is Pack still around? He can eat the gruel.
Pack is playing with the kitty.
Oh.
I'll
Gums-
make my way to the.
Gums passes the gruel to his comrades. Let them eat it.
They look at you with disgust.
Achilles, with the storm bolter count as a heavy weapon?
For a human, yeah, this is a huge weapon for a human.
Yeah, you can throw gun shield and carriage on it.
Probably. He just has to figure out somebody to help him with that.
Yeah. Don't give him ideas.
Don't mention that it literally can't be aimed properly. Because the pinto mounted storm bolters are suppression weapons.
Yep.
They don't have proper sights. They're meant to be used with targeting systems.
So what you're saying is that
He's mad
so what
at
you're
you.
saying is that he
Let him
needs to
learn
do
the hard
the Predator
way.
thing. The thing from Predator, the guy with the minigun.
Literally, like a starter can't aim with a.
It's okay.
Fine.
He'll just
We'll
add iron
slap a
sights
piece
to
of
the
metal.
top.
Yeah.
Yep, there
That's
you
how
go.
it. I mean, if he suppresses them, he suppresses them, right? I ain't gonna back
No,
down from having
see,
extra suppression.
what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to follow the tracers.
Okay.
See, I'm gonna-
IRL,
I'm
we
gonna-
know how to aim a suppression weapon. By the rules of the game, the storm bolter is not that kind of weapon. But that's okay. We're all gonna learn because, well, you know.
When the
Can
kid
we
That's
petition
what
it
games
to
are made
That doesn't
for.
sound shady.
Can we petition Atuni to give the storm bolter both storm and suppression qualities?
I mean, maybe. He still has to figure out how to tell you guys that he has a storm bolter that's meant for a for a fucking
Pinto
vehicle.
one, not Terminator
Yeah.
storm bolter, a pinto one that's not meant to be handheld.
So
I
yeah,
know something really cool.
what's up, Lyra?
He's talking about the storm.
Oh shit! I actually do know what this is. Okay, then never mind. It was gonna be my new dwarf mat, but no. Okay, fuck.
I like
Shit.
how you fucking just like you want things to fail and they just don't let you fail.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Vulcan, a little out of breath, for the fact that he's been running around for the past 5 hours now. The brand new Biologist Chirurgeon, Genitor Patiok Velen, Valen, thank you. I'll figure out your name eventually.
One of these days.
Arrives just on time before just in time.
Apologies, apothecary. My patients had me running around ragged.
I see. Come over here. I'm gonna lead
course.
him into the apothecarium. Around you, you see a bunch of people, a bunch of apothecaries moving to and fro, kind of like under the candlelight in a way. Going by their business. And I'm gonna take him over, and I'm going to lead him to where we have some of the samples that we collected. I believe 4 in total. No,
Okay.
3 in total samples.
Okay.
We have these samples. Good.
Pat, you see before you a number of 3 vial samples of a greenish translucent, and then another greenish opaque liquid. It is thick. It is viscous. It is mildly disgusting, but intriguing. Go ahead. That's all. Yeah.
These are samples we have collected from the enemy we are facing. Have you heard any information from planet side about what our fleet is currently engaging?
Unfortunately not. I have not received any briefing on the current actions of any of our forces. I've only just arrived recently.
Are you able to state your knowledge on the Xenos breed Tyranids?
You would have information on that, given the fact that you're a member of the Mechanicus.
Yeah.
Just listening and like know what you actually know.
Yeah. I'll say what I do know, which is probably just the baseline, what they're at about, but I'm more focused on human biology.
See. Are you aware of the way in which Tyranids are recreated or created within the Hive fleet as a total?
Something to do with recycling biomass, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. The creatures which we are facing, or the mutants which we are facing, are some form of man-created Tyranid. They use the same system as the Tyranids' fleets to recreate their own form of Tyranids, but it is not perfected in a way. To our knowledge, it requires pre-existing materials, humans, unknown on creatures, and unknown on how exactly they do it, but they use this man-made in a way, or creature-made biomass, similar but unsimilar to Tyranid biomass, to create these mutants which we are fighting. These samples, as you can see here, have been collected from 3 different types of areas and enemies for the biomass. We have the information we have gathered here. I'm going to point kind of towards a data slate nearby. I assume it's kind of like going to be kind of like a desk monitor style, kind of like already inlaid in a table. Information here, anything you're allowed to access, has already been provided on this slate. We are currently looking for a form of genophage, and we are acquiring further knowledge in our apothecaries. For any and all specialists in the field, for chemicals or substances that react violently with this substance and preferably degrade or kill the cells and chemicals within it.
I do have some knowledge in both the chemicals themselves as well as their applications. I would be more than pleased to offer my knowledge.
Any and all knowledge is helpful. It is times like these that the intelligent members of the Imperium come together. The Officio Medicae have always looked upon them, and for those in the Medicaid field within the Mechanicus. I believe at times like these we can come together and work together to find something. Speed of this is of the utmost importance. It's why I've come down to requiring all non-occupied personnel and important personnel to be involved in this project. I would kind of look to a like a little adept to my right and be like, "Has Kaladin arrived yet?"
Kaladin, you probably would have gotten the message immediately. It's up to you if you wanted to be there or not.
I'd go.
Okay. Yeah, he would be there, probably standing not nearby.
Kaladin, over here.
What's going on?
I require your aid. I overheard it when you were with the guardsmen of the squad of your information network.
That's correct.
How far does it reach?
Ever growing.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring him to the same data slate where Patiak is. That's how I pronounce it, right? Patiak is. I'm bring him to the same data slate. This information here is provided. I'm gonna flip through it a bit. I'm assuming we already have this already, Achilles. If I'm wrong, just retcon it. Here's the list of the chemical natures and the chemicals present within the substances. Is it viable and possible for you to inquire to any and all sources, any known chemicals or substances that would react violently with this molecules and substances present within this
Badiak, roll me a chemistry with a plus 30.
Trade or scholastic lore?
Scholastic. Technically it's the same for you, but that's, yeah.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
9 degrees of success. Holy shit, what did you roll?
I rolled a 4.
All right. Well, if there's any time that you guys needed the win, that was it.
Peters, I'm gonna give you a kiss, brother. Like, where are you in your life? Let me show up.
He also had the right scholastic knowledge for you for this task as well, which is great. All right. So, let's talk about what happened here. Patiak, you begin studying this, and your erudite mind begins to calculate and begin to put together a string of compounds, and within your own mental palace, you begin to see, okay, cool, that doesn't work, 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 and you're just like trial and error in your mind. And within the span of like a split second, you find one. Maybe not violently, but you can essentially begin the process of neutralizing the biomass. You may not be able to completely destroy the psychic essence of that it has, but you can nullify it and basically break it down to the simple proteins that makes it up in the first place. Thus, essentially eliminating its ability to recombine and reforge itself into the bioforms that have been currently plaguing the Underhive thus far. However, there is a problem. You need to eliminate it at the source. Which means you have to go to the source and where the biomass itself is being forged and created, and eliminate it there, so that it spreads throughout the rest of it. Otherwise, the biomass will simply just adapt itself and change its compound, or changes chemical compound to nullify the effect.
Yikes. Well, going to relay the good news first to the apothecary. But I found a potential chemical or combination of chemicals that has shown success in eliminating the biomass, and then lay on the bad news of it has to be applied at the source.
We should set this up for my role play. Get my roommates in the room. By the Emperor! Why have I not seen this before? That was me shoving things off my desk. And yes,
Hey,
I
Brandon.
shoved things in the desk.
How you doing, buddy?
I literally had to line up the bottles to do that. That's me shoving things off my desk in real life and in role play
Here's
as well.
the kicker, Patioc. It is a simple enzyme. Can be easily forged.
That's what I assumed, and that's why I was so.
And I am using enzyme in the proper tense for those of you who have a.
You said
It's okay. The PhD says you're correct.
just for those of you, I have a Bachelor of Science too.
Nice. I'm gonna kind of.
Computer sciences, does that count?
I'm gonna communicate over to Skylex and the other apothecaries within here to come over. Biologist, what's your name?
I am Janitor Patioc Valen.
Patioc Valen, you have done the Emperor a service today, and you have done all of us within the Apothecarium a service. I'm going to have my apothecaries work with you to produce and get this enzyme in a state where we can use it and prepare it. Although it is sad that its use cannot be eternal or used in every situation among the lesser beings, but the fact that it exists is a strength within our hands.
Truly my honor, Apothecary, to be of such a great service.
Kaladin.
Yep.
Yep.
With the information base you have present, is there any information you could find to where the canals that we saw within the Underhive, if the canals, or any knowledge or sites of where, or maps of where they lead? I know we found when we were down there a hole, and that is most likely going to be next set of plans and areas which we have to head, probably most likely the source. It is possible of other entries in other areas. Even possibly a map of further down would be wonderful of just the pipeways.
Can I pull up a what's it called? A schematic of the Underhive.
The schematic of the Underhive is
drainage.
Current. Yep, the current the current schematic of the Underhive is roughly about 10 years old. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's out of date. It just has been updated in the recent time. Furthermore, you do know of the method on how to get down to the further Underhive, and you guys already kind of identified that as the what was it? Down the chasm that you got that was created by the death of no X. That is you
All right, I'll just I'll set up a TeamSpeak on my phone.
That's fine.
I'm back.
Be
right back.
Yeah. Yeah, Excel. I know. That's the reason why I said it. With that being said, it is down the chasm that was created by the death of the gatekeeper. Beyond that, it is not entirely clear as to what else can be expected down there. However, once you guys are down there in the catacombs, or what was kind of identified as the catacombs of the Underhive, you will be able to kind of track your positioning and be able to navigate your way to where you need to be. If that makes sense at all.
I'm going to send them that information as well.
As for a map, you guys do have a map, but there isn't really any good way back. There is no easy or better way down to the catacombs than where you guys were at, which was part of the reason why you guys were going down there.
Oh,
We shall begin production of this and preparation on a carryable state. Ejectable state. Hey, Achilles, are bullets similar to Hellfire possible with this? Just put it in a bullet.
No.
Boom, boom, shoot, shoot. Is it?
No, it is not. It cannot be turned into a Hellfire round because like I said before, it does not necessarily interact violently. It just interacts. It changes the state or changes the chemical compound of the biomass. It doesn't do anything for penetrating armor. It doesn't do anything for an already created bioform.
So okay. So it just reacts with the biomass itself, not with the bioforms.
Correct. What it does is it neutralizes the biomass in the local area. However, it's a one-trick pony. Once used,
It will adapt.
It will attempt to adapt. For instance, like let's say if I try to cut off the biomass that's at the top of the catacombs, all it's going to do is neutralize the local area's biomass, and everywhere else is going to start adapting.
Yeah, I get it. How much would we for like the source location? How much would we need for it? Just assuming with the amount we've seen, is it a small amount reacts with the amount as a whole?
This is
or is it equal to ratios?
I will allow Peters to kind of roleplay with this, but essentially, the amount introduced it determines the amount of speed for which the effect occurs. Once administered to I guess the source of the biomass, a small amount will eventually completely convert the entire biomass to an inert substance. A larger amount will do it quicker.
Depends on how fast you want us to get rid of the biomass, Apothecary. Even a small amount would eventually overwhelm the production of the biomass, but if we want to be safe, we might want to bring quite a bit of it. I'm sure we can't be stopped once we start it.
What's your current occupation, biologist, within the fleet?
Just as a attending chirurgeon in the medical wing.
What's your combat capabilities?
I am more than capable of handling myself. I'd like to think so.
You're gonna hear like a muted vox click, and if Tiger's there. Oh, no, Tiger's there or not.
I'm here.
Tiger always listens to you.
I know, Tiger always listens to me, but I want to know because I remember he said be right back. But no, he
That was like 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was. I just, maybe. Kluziak? I am requesting you use your power as a member I want with me.
Put my name on it. You have it.
Affirmative. Communication over. Easy as that, buddy. Biologist, expect possible tasking in the future. Work on this with my apothecaries. They are not ones to take orders from those not of them, but they are respectful to knowledge and respectful to position. Such, feel free to work with them and get enough carryable by yourself and myself. Whichever form is viable or possible.
will be done, Apothecary.
Da, 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 da,
Welcome
da,
to the
da.
If you want to carry some as well, Kaladin, that is viable as well. And that's it for me.
I'm going to get to work on coming up with a way to produce it on a not industrial scale, but more macro scale.
Easily done with the it's easily done with the Crusade's capabilities.
Resources.
Yeah. You have the resources of a Starfort and a Gloriana class battleship. It's basically like having a hive city in a small city in one. And you're easily able to produce the enzyme. It's beautifully simple. Though, you know, how you guys want to carry it and transport it, yeah, that's up to you. But, you know, who's to know?
I'm begin the paperwork and the communications to Steel Peters.
I know the the stability of the enzyme, like what its preferred pH and temperature ranges. Yeah.
Fucking nerd.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Easily done. You guys literally, okay, I just want to let you guys know. Vakken literally just pulled every single biologic that wasn't doing anything useful, or he wasn't doing anything pressing at the time, and every other apothecary that he can get his hands on, and threw them at one problem. It's basically like it's the Futurama equivalent of taking all the fucking world's smart people and just putting them in one room.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
That's what they did for global warming.
Yeah, and look how well that turned out.
I have a degree in homeopathic medicine. You have a degree in baloney.
Right. Then, I will find a suitable container to contain it at the correct temperature with the correct pH and the correct pressure.
Alrighty.
Correct pressure. What a nerd.
Hey.
I'm gonna pat him on the back and say, "Nice work."
His back is very muscular.
Oh my.
I'm making the rest of my time on that self-research project on that hypnosis drug, which I've never gotten far in.
No, you haven't. You try to get other. Hold on. You try to get other apothecaries to help you, and they go, "I'm busy."
Yeah, they don't want any. Like, they understood it for the other thing because it's pressing, but for this, like, dude, this is your pet peeve project. We don't care.
Dude, go away. But brother, no, go away.
Think of the possibilities, brother. You're literally just making drugs. But brother, it's hypnosis and it's chemicals we've never seen before. Brother, you're just making like hypnosis heroin. Brother, I need it.
Brother, does anyone ever laugh at your jokes? Humans sometimes do. Sorry. That was really bad. Oh hey, Extras is back. Can somebody pull him in here, please? I can't seem to find my mouse.
Hey, wake up.
Gotcha.
User was moved to
There
your
you go.
channel.
Anyway. Okay. Any other last minute things? I know that Tiger, you have one thing to be taking place after. Do you want to do it after the meeting or before the meeting?
Before the meeting, basically, like for most of the day.
Cool. Done. What you want to do?
So basically the setup for this is that I was basically just standing behind Maximilian's while he's doing work. And after like 30 minutes, he basically like see me just in thought and go, what's wrong, Reclusier? And I would look up and tell him, I've been away from battle for too long. For too long I've been with these guardsmen. I've relied on my Crozius, my armor, my Rosarius to shield me against humans and mutants that are not worth my time. I've been away from battle for too long. Maximilius, for today, I will not do much. My brothers and those who are doing the preparation. They are doing something useful, but I am only useful in battle. I'm going to go to the arena, and I'm going to make myself useful. If anyone talks to me, if anyone tries to contact me, patch me through, but until then, it's up to you. And I'm going to make my way to the largest arena in the ship and or wherever I am monastery.
Okay. There is such a place located on the Fortress Monastery, where for you and Vakin, you have done most of your work. So I want you guys to understand that this whole research project was done on the Fortress Monastery, the Olympus, for the very special reason for the fact that it could fit everybody, but also for the fact that it has the most amount of resources to throw at a problem. Within the Fortress Monastery, the Star Fort Olympus, there is an arena. It is used for very special occasions, either battles that take place on certain spiritual holidays for the Legion. It is used for usually disputes between high-ranking officials or champions of certain phalanxes. If a phalanx has a particular issue with another phalanx, or if an officer has an issue with another officer, it is dealt with through martial combat rather than through pointless debate like the Ultramarines. It is used for the choosing of a new chapter or a new phalanx champion. And today it is used for you, Tiger. For you to feel as though you need to maintain your position as the leader in martial prowess of your entire phalanx.
And just to make it clear, I'm not doing this because I want to be better than my brothers or because because I'm doing this because it feels as though, no, more like it feels as though I have not felt the proper combat that I've been subjected to for 10,000 years, and that after being put with the guardsman squad, that in comparison, like how easy the combat is, even though we have little resources, I've not been basically used to my fullest. So this is me after fighting the Kraken, which has gotten, in his mind, too many strikes on him and done too much damage. He needs to atone by getting stronger and fighting a real challenge.
Who would you like to fight against?
You
can choose.
So you understand.
You can choose. So, you can choose anybody that is
right there,
okay.
Gillies.
Good.
You know how when we were talking about how aspirants and chapter serfs are trained, how we keep large and dangerous monsters, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to take off my armor, take off the Rosarius, put the Crozius aside, in the room of the arena. I'm going to take an extra chainsword, an extra combat knife, and I'm going to tell the quartermaster, keep sending in the beasts and whatever you have to challenge me until I am either fallen, unable to fight, or until I call, or when you run out of things for me to fight.
Very well.
Pretty metal.
If anyone anyone wishes to duel me in between bouts of rest, send them in.
All right. I want you to roll 3. I want you to roll 3 separate groups of either swift or lightning attacks with the use of. Wait, no, your Rosarius doesn't, or your Crozius doesn't give you any extra bonuses to attacks, does it?
No, but I would, if you would let me, before each combat, use what basically I would get from Litany of Hate.
That's fine.
And just to be clear, one of the things Litany of Hate is let you reroll on a charge. If you want or not, I can or can't reroll, your choice.
Yeah, that's fine. I want you to roll 3, and these are against a numerous different beast. And then what I'm going to have you do is roll a fellowship plus 20.
All right. Do you want me to do 2 weapon fighting as well? Or?
If you want to.
That's the first one.
Okay.
Do you want me to just roll? Do you want me to roll damage afterwards too,
No.
or wait for the next one?
No.
Okay.
I'm already going to assume that you're going to kill them.
Right.
I just want to see how high the rolls are.
Okay. This is the second one.
Okay.
And this is the third one.
Okay.
Lord, man.
All right. Roll me a fellowship plus 15.
Is this due?
Don't worry.
With
Don't worry about
Astartes?
this. Don't worry about this. Just
Okay.
roll me a fellowship plus 15. Okay. After about your third bout, word gets out, and this is all unbeknownst to you. Word gets out that the famed Reclusiarch, Tiger of the Great Crusade, is testing his mettle in the Crucible. And upon felling the last beast, a massive, not tyrannid, but arachnid-like creature, multi-limbed and highly deadly, you fell it after a very not easy but well overcame foe. You look around and you see about 60 or so Astartes in the seats above, overlooking. And you see as the next gate opens up, a familiar sight of Valerius, your chapter champion. Let me pull up his stats instead of moving around the fucking thing. Sorry. He holds a spear and a hoplon, and clinks them together in a partial salute and a partial challenge to you.
One chainsword I raise, the other one with the handle lie back on my chest.
And he begins to charge at you. And much in the same way that, if you guys remember the movie Troy, as Achilles kind of charged Hector in that fight, he charged at you and then tries to kind of juke to the side and bring the spear down. The spear splashes in the dirt with mighty force. And with just enough time, he brings up the hopline to deflect your blow of the chainsword. Go ahead and roll me a weapon skill test.
Ooh.
And
Ooh.
with him still kind of deflecting your last blow, he brings around the spear, and it does all but basically kind of trip you. You know, his attack is there merely to try to throw you off your balance, and to give him enough time to be able to bring up another blow straight towards you. Would you like to either dodge or parry?
Parry.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. And with just enough time, what's in your offhand?
2 chainswords.
Oh, you have 2 chains. Okay. And with just enough time, you're able to take the chainsword and move the blow, or move the trip just enough to give you enough room to keep your balance. You're right now on one leg, but you can actually bring it around for a counterattack if you are so bold.
I would like to.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna fade reroll that.
Okay.
I'm sad.
You don't. He's still fast, and there's a reason why you chose him as your champion, because he is so fast. He brings the hoplon down, forces your hand into the dirt. You are now completely off balance, and you're beginning to fall, as he brings up the spear for another thrust. You can attempt to dodge or parry. I don't. Is that enough to actually parry?
For single attacks,
Okay.
technically succeeding the
Yeah,
parry.
I'm not doing any lightning attacks. That's just gonna get stupid.
All right.
I'm not. That's to me. That's just gonna get stupid. In a duel, at least.
Yeah.
So, with equal amount of skill, you also begin to push his attack away. All right. Have a good night.
So,
Thank you. Sorry.
You're fine.
Have a good one, Leo.
Night, Leo, you're fine. Sorry it took so long.
Okay. You're good.
User
All right.
disconnected from
The
your
blow
channel.
comes. The blow is beginning to come down right at you, and you barely are able to get your chainsword up and push it out of the way. Just enough time for you to be able to step back onto your back foot and regain your stance once more. You're now both on an equal footing with each other. He brings back his hoplon and spear back into the the legendary phalanx formation.
I'm gonna, with one of the chain swords, basically, as if I was just angry coming at him, go for a top overhand strike and try and do a feint. So that's
Okay.
just base opposed
Okay.
weapon skill.
Go ahead.
He can technically fail.
You can reroll if
It's
you want.
opposed.
It's opposed? Okay. Is opposed weapon skill. Gotcha.
What?
All right. So the effect doesn't go through. Basically, try and feint with one of the chain swords and actually come to him with the second one. He does see the second one, so this isn't a free one. I'm gonna reroll that one.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. There you go. What do I get?
You get a parry because I failed the opposed weapon skill.
You could probably succeed this. Yeah. He has about as much parry skill as you do, actually. All right, so he basically is able to use the hoplon to bash the blow away, and goes in for a counterattack with the spear thrust. You recognize this quite well as the typical attack pattern of the Astartes, of your Astartes at least. However, you recognize this. If this is what you taught him, and you easily know how to counter it. And instead of trying to fully parry the blow away, you basically get inside of the attack, and now you're face to face with him. This is where the chain swords are able to reign supreme. Go ahead and roll 2 attacks.
I don't bring through these a lot, but I'm gonna pick the second one. There you go.
All right, there you go. And with 2 attacks, he is unable to block. He's unable to parry. He's unable to even get out of the attacks. And you score 2 very large gashes on him. They're bleeding profusely. He is significantly hurt. I mean, for a duel at least. He goes back into a more defensive stance and raises up the spear. He is no longer engaging you, and he bows, conceding to defeat to a much more worthier opponent.
He's gonna say to him, "You have fought well, brother. Thank you."
I yield to your greater skill, Reclusiak, as always.
When he says this, because he doesn't have his helmet or power armor on for this, basically Thunderdome,
Yeah.
he can see him visibly wince, but he's not going to react or anything, and just give him the honor he deserves and lets him walk away.
Okay. Alrighty. Your champion yields to your greater skill. Do you wish to exit the dome, or do you wish to continue?
He's going to continue fighting beasts and anyone who may what's chance until he gets either too injured to be basically until he thinks that by the time Primer calls on him, he will have enough time to actually recuperate and rest and not be injured for the next battle. That can be off camera unless anything special happens.
Roll me a fellowship plus 20 this time. How many does that make? Why are you rolling shit on your... Okay, hold on. How many total degrees of success does that make for your fellowship? Besides the one that you have here plus what you did before?
Let me...
70 or 80?
6, 7... Yeah, 7 total.
7 total? Okay.
7.9 if you count the points, but it doesn't matter.
7.9.
Also,
What's up?
the Mark IV does give me a plus 15 just by wearing it, and I don't know if, but I don't know how you want to roll that.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay. I hereby judge that you have enough degrees of success in fellowship to match this. Horns sound all of a sudden. This usually marks only one of two instances. One such instance, you recall, from Dak during the times of the Great Crusade, whenever the Primarch was entered the ring and decided to take on an opponent. The other times are whenever polemarchs go against each other. The large, heavy gate opens, and standing there, out of armor, unhelmed, is your father.
Alright, GG.
Alright, I'm head out.
It was good when it lasted. See ya.
You guys saw the roll. That was a 50-50 shot. Where is actually my Primarch thing? I might not even make you fight because I can't find it. Oh, it's right here. That's where it is.
Now you don't need to shoot. You just need to roll rep and skill plus 200. Yeah.
Not quite. He has really high stats, but he doesn't have as many abilities as Tiger does. That's
a lot of them are not useful against friendly starters, but
Hey, it's whatever. He is unhelmed. He carries his two Zyphos swords, as per usual. As he looks at you and he goes, "So, you feel as you are unworthy."
he'll look left, look right. I do not know why you're here or who told you this.
Maximilius told me. Come, test your mettle. Like the days of old.
I could never best you in a one-on-one, you know this.
It's not about besting, Tiger. It's about testing one's mettle. You wish to test your mettle? Why test it against creatures and Astartes who you taught? This is not a fight. That is not a challenge. Come. Fight me. Challenge yourself. Push yourself.
The two chainswords are gonna rev.
That's it.
he's gonna smile and go, farewell. I mean,
Very well.
oh, very well, yes, I don't know why. Very well.
He
With those who have served beside me, I shall bring my blade to you.
he twirls the swords in his hand and then takes up a kind of a neutral stance. Not this is not the usual stance for the Primarch, but he's also only fought you maybe a half a dozen times in the past. Each time, usually when you have found yourself at some sort of critical crossroads in your life. And once more again. Go ahead and roll your weapon skill test. You can add a plus 20 for the fact that he's not in a defensive stance or offensive stance.
All right, I'm going to charge with both the chainswords.
Okay. And you charge at him. You're a little bit perturbed. You've never really truly appreciated or even liked the fact whenever the Primarch has offered you to challenge him. And rage fills you just a little bit. And just that hint of rage is what allows you to basically put the Primarch on a back foot. He's fast. He's obviously incredibly fast for you. But it's not, speed is one thing, strength is one thing, skill is another. And in skill, you could possibly best him. You never really have, but you always come really close. And maybe this time will be the time when you're able to. Let's see if I can actually parry. Ew. And you are able to actually land a couple of blows. It's superficial, but still, you're able to land a couple of blows.
Did you just ew a 6?
Yeah. Look at the total.
Oh.
69.
Jesus.
Nice.
Perfectly.
I mean, if we're technically talking lightning attacks on both of those, blah, 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 that would
Yeah.
have been 7 blocked out at 11.
Yeah. He does have an unnatural weapon skill of 4, but that's okay.
Shish.
But
That was very casual.
well, I mean, like yeah. Primarch, guys, Primarch.
Yeah.
It's the son of the Emperor who has lived.
Fighting in
True.
melee.
Yeah.
He may not be the largest, he may not be the strongest, swiftest, or most skilled, but one thing that even the Primarch has to acknowledge is that when he strikes down, you can feel the hatred coursing through not only the weapon, but him.
Yeah. And you are actually able to land a couple blows. They're all superficial, but you're able to draw blood, and that gives you... that lights a fire in you. And as casually as he was talking to you before, you hear his voice again. That's it. That's it. Show me your rage and fury. Show me that you want this. Show me that you can be a leader. As he finds his own. God, why am I rolling like dog shit today?
Well, at least Tiger failed to parry.
I'm going to figure roll of that. Let's see.
Okay.
That's not very many.
And he begins to basically fight back at this point. And just as quickly as you started to feel like you may have the upper hand here, you all of a sudden remember, oh yeah, it's Dad. And and with the speed and agility and natural skill that you remember back during the Great Crusade, it all comes flooding back. It's it's almost like trying to fight four Space Marines at once. The amount of blows. Ooh, excuse me. The amount of blows that come rushing at you. And while your own natural skill allows you to block, parry, or deflect some of them, you can't help but a couple coming through. Both of you become very bloodied. Excuse me. Both of you become bloodied, not severely. You also can feel as like each cut comes at you, he's not putting forth the full force that he could put forth. You've experienced that. You've experienced that in the past, and you've seen
power
it.
armor before as well.
Yeah, and in power armor before, you felt what that feels like. He is.
Hold on, just to make sure, the power fields are turned off, right?
Oh
Just,
yeah, 100%.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
These are just cuts. These are not gashes. These are not like eviscerations. These are cuts that are coming at you. No, if the power fields were turned on, you would know, and your chain swords would be gone. And all of a sudden, he steps back. He's back in that neutral pose once again. It's almost like he taunts you, Tiger. He's waiting for you to unleash that, that rage and fury that he knows that you're capable of. What do you do?
Go Super Saiyan, apparently.
Speaking of that, when he said taunt him, I actually did get a bit angry. He's gonna pace a bit, revving his chain swords, and say to himself, "For countless millennia, the souls of my brothers have stood with me. Every hate-fueled strike upon the foe, every strike deflected with fury, it has been they who guide my hand. I am their hatred. I am their anger. I am their vengeance. I am their will made manifest. Through me, they seek to sow death, to continue a never-ending fight for the survival of mankind. Though you may not be my enemy, I treat you now as one." And he's going to run towards the Primarch, and as he brings his shield up, he's going to try and jump off it and basically spend my last fate point to killing strike, at least land both chain swords on him without a chance for him to parry. Just one all out. If this
Oh wait,
was
are you
a
doing
real
killing
fight,
blow?
I'm doing killing strike.
Oh,
Jump off his
nice.
shield, land on him with my very last fate point, by the way. Get 2 chainsword strikes where it matters, and really it doesn't matter after that. Because if this was a real fight, that's where it would end, and
Sure, yeah.
So thankfully they both hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's my last fate, and you can take it from here because I can't even parry his upcoming.
Well, actually, no. I think killing blow or killing strike cannot be parried. So yeah.
He cannot parry this, which means
Yep.
I get 2 on him, 2
Yep.
good ones. But also it means I can't parry the next ones.
Yeah.
So have everyone do this. Go ahead.
Okay. So, as he goes to try to sweep your legs, you find that one moment where you're able to basically almost use both of his arms to pole vault yourself over, and with kind of like that really cool action movie sequence where you're able to like back thrust both chainswords. You back thrust, and you feel as they touch meat, and as you turn around
User
to
disconnected
see.
from your channel.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
What?
Damn. No, Spart.
Yeah, okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
As they touch meat, you can feel as they do, and you see as the Primarch turns around, he took a step forward just in time. But you managed the killing blow, and that's all that counts. As he turns around, and you could almost swear there's a smile in his eye, on his face, but that's not natural, or couldn't be. Maybe that's more wishful thinking. As he looks at you and he goes, "And that's the reason why you're in charge. Don't forget that." As he takes the power Zyphos out of his right hand, and he extends his hand towards yours.
The tiger had got a family call for
Oh
something.
fuck!
So.
Okay, damn it. All right.
I am Tiger. I shake Dad's hand.
Thanks, Dad.
Okay.
I shake Dad's hand.
All right. Then that's where, since everybody's having to get off, that's where we're gonna call for tonight. We'll pick up next week at the meeting that you guys are supposed to have.
Woo!
Let's see. Let's go ahead and get back to the title page. Thank you, folks, for
Alrighty.
joining us. We'll see you all next week. And
Thanks for helping us welcome 2 new players as well.
Woo!
Alrighty. We'll see you guys all next week, 4:30, same time, same place.
Have a good night.
Yeah, so I'll fix that.